They say it's the season of giving. Well, I'm here to take. White Christmas. Red's more my color.
What is going on, everyone? Welcome back to KvltDeFi. This is the channel where really we're bringing the latest and greatest in innovations and tech in decentralized finance, quite specifically in the Dev Jacob ecosystem of stuff. Today is a big day. Today is a long-awaited map update. Okay, so what that means is today, in exactly 54 minutes, 56 minutes, you will be able to buy land in the first real metaverse on Pulse Chain and one of the newest metaverses, clearly, on BNB Chain. We have a good night for you tonight, actually. We've got to have a few guests on. We're going to be opening some crates. We're going to be doing some giveaways. And yeah, we'll have a bit of crack, really. There are a few people that are going to be joining us. Right now, we have someone who is new to streaming with us anyway, not new to the game. And really, I would say probably one of the highest ranked players in the game so far, right? So far, things are going to be heating up quite a lot tonight. I have a feeling it's going to get very, very interesting as we go on. But without any further ado, bring up my buddy Elon G. Muskie. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good. How you doing?
I'm all right. I said it in the green room. I'll say it again. Merry Christmas and all that good stuff. I hope you had a good day.
Yeah, it was a great day. You know, got to spend time with the family. I live in a southern state in the United States, so I went out for a bike ride with the wife afterwards, and it's been a good day so far. How about you?
Yeah, good. I have had a madhouse, basically. We're kind of hosting everyone this year in our place, so we've had a bunch of people in and out. Right now, I've snuck away. It's at midnight for me at the moment, and I've snuck away upstairs. I've let them all carry on downstairs, and I'll join them after, I think.
Nice. I've just been psyched about having Christmas and then being able to do the map launch. I got a bunch of keys piled up and a bunch of BNB waiting for it.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about your strategy then, because you sort of came on the scene and started hoovering up assets.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's different alliances. I'm part of the OG Alliance, and you know, there's a couple of the Directorate, you know, and they've got a large alliance as well. My strategy is to build up not only my team, but my alliance through partnerships and cooperation. But I've also, you know, I know you all can't see my bag, so to speak, because I've got it set it private, but I've also got a lot of assets sitting in there waiting in case anybody thinks that they're going to be a little smart, you know, and they want to come at me strong. They're going to find out pretty quick. But no, you know, I'm going to buy up as much land tiles as possible, help out to build my, not only the OG Alliance, but also the Black Thistles is the family I'm a part of.
That's it. Yeah.
You know, we want to have enough tiles together so that we can house all of our members. And, you know, there's a lot of trade deals that I've made in the background with some very large players so that, you know, if I have bullet factories or roulette wheels or whatever I've got going on, I'm actually going to share those with other families that are in other alliances and give them a portion of the bullets that come out of the factory, or, they can share the load for the roulette wheel. So everybody wins. And I'm not just hoarding everything, So, and I guess the other aspect of that is it's also a safety role. They provide protection for my businesses and my tiles and my team, and I'm providing them with liquid assets that they can use in the game and build their spot higher. So, I know there's going to be some interesting dynamics, so to speak, when it comes to people killing each other in the game, and nobody wants to lose everything. I'm not out there to run after people, but if they come at me, I'll see you real soon in the shadows.
I think that's a pretty solid strategy, actually. Because I did notice that when Richie set up, and you're the consigliere, right, of
right.
the Black Thistles, second in command, and I noticed that you were opening a lot of crates very early on, and you were starting to get some pretty good items, and like you say, you've managed to develop this sort of safety net, I guess you want to say. So you're quite vital player, not just for your family, but generally on B&B Mafia. Do you play on Pulse Mafia also, or?
I do not. No, I do not. I just play on the B&B side. I've never gotten into the Pulse thing, but I've used B&B for years. And the reason I'm on Richie's team is I'm actually part of his DAO. I've been a part of everything Richie's done for years. Every project he's in, I'm actually a whale in just about every project he's in.
Nice. Well, yeah. So it works out for you both. Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's cool. So in your opinion then, what do you think this map update, because I mean this is really the big one, right? We've been waiting for this for a while, and this is really what I think what is going to ground people a lot. What are your opinions then on how the dynamics between families are going to play out from now, basically from this launch onwards?
I think there's going to be a power struggle a little bit. There's definitely two different ways to play the game, and in my eyes anyway, and it's kind of the way that I'm playing it, and part of my alliance is playing it, and we've got, I don't know, 10 families all working together, kind of in the way that I told you the strategy. But there's also, the directorate, and the directorate, it feels like, from my point of view, by the way, I don't hold anything against the directorate. There's different ways to play the game, and I think that they're just as right and just as wrong as I am when it comes to playing the game. They're more of we want to push people around or kill people off and take their assets than I would say our alliance is. So that's also a valid way to play the game in my eyes, and I don't hold anything against them for it. If they want to come for assets, they just got to be ready to lose assets too. And that's also part of the reason why I have alliances with several large families is I do have I've got a roulette wheel, right? And my roulette wheel, I don't want to lose that as a player. So I have certain assurances that if I was to die, if somebody was to kill me, my roulette wheel is in somebody else's hands and I would get it back. It would become in my possession. And if they lose it, every family member in every part of the alliance will go after whoever has it until we get it back. So you've got a powerhouse that we can use as a collective to keep our assets or regain them. And I don't want to say destroy the player that come at us hard, but that's really the only way you're going to get it back. So I think that that's a good dynamic. But hey, man, if they want to go around and they want to try to rule the entire metaverse through force, that's what Mafia is about too. So if the guy on the directorate, the Don, is listening, hey man, I'm all good. Let's just play the game and have fun. No hard feelings either way, bud.
I like that. Yeah, we've seen. I think, especially in the last sort of 3 to 4 weeks, as we've been getting closer to map launch, we have seen a lot of people that saying, okay, if you do this, this will happen. Direct results. If you, for example, I think it was more on Pulse. On Pulse Mafia than B&B Mafia, but I think the director actually, as an example, they said, look, we will not open any land crates tonight in your territory. Don't do it in our territory. Because if you do, for example, there's a lot of rogue players. I'm a rogue player in this game too. There's a lot of rogue players out there that have made quite good money on the marketplace by opening crates and literally just selling the stuff straight away. And I think a lot of them have the idea that they will do the same with the land tiles. Just open up as many as they can and then stick them on the marketplace. But the directorate have, pretty firmly said, look, a key costs $20. So if you open a land, or if you get a land tile in our territory and you try to sell it, we will not give you a penny over $20, no matter what it is. Just as their standalone rule.
Well,
so,
and that's cool. I don't plan on trying to open up land tiles. I don't want to move in on anybody's territory, right? I'd love for there to be a big family in Medina, or I'm sorry, is that how you say it? I can't remember the exact names, but I want there to be big families all over that kind of work with each other. So I'm not going to try to go into their area, but at the same time, I'm spending $1,500 tonight. I'm doing 75 keys. So
nice.
I'm gonna open up a lot of land tiles one after another, and I'm gonna try to keep them all on my spot. But if I start seeing a family come in and try to open up land tiles on my spot, I'll go in and spend another $1,500, and I'll buy every land tile in their area. And if that's not enough, I'll spend another $1,500. I'll just go on and on and on, until they get the point. So I'll stay in my corner if they want to stay in theirs.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We have someone else has just joined us. I will bring him up right now. It's someone who you might know, actually. Hello, Bob. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are y'all?
I'm all right. Merry Christmas, brother.
Merry Christmas to y'all.
Yeah. So I don't know if you managed to hear all of that, but Elon G. Muskie he's got a plan. He's got a plan, and you guys are in an alliance together.
That's right, and he's just the kind of guys we're looking for. Yeah. A fellow Southerner, so neighbor, not too far away. So, yeah, we're excited to have him, and he's been a great asset.
Yeah, I like the strategy that he was saying. It's like some of his business items, he would pretty much like hire them out, rent them out, if you like, and help people out. I think that's actually a really good way to move forward. I think that's a good way to, especially not just alliances, specifically your guys' alliance, but generally, I think for the health of the game, I think that would really work too. And of course, ultimately, this game is about everybody making money together, right? As opposed to making money in spite of each other.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's one thing that we've tried to highlight in our alliance is that everybody makes a return. And like I said, our whole purpose of our alliance is to be the most profitable alliance in the game. So if you join our alliance, you're going to make some money. And that's what we're hoping that we can provide to people.
Yeah. And, Bob is, he was here's, let me say this. When I come into the game, I knew what I was going to do. I knew what I was going to spend. And I've put a lot of money into the game, and I'm going to put a lot of money into it after this. And I wanted to pick an alliance that I felt comfortable with, that not only lined up with my thoughts and my needs for the game, but somebody that I thought that long-term would be an asset to myself and everybody I brought in. And, I actually talked to Richie about this. Richie thought about who he was going to be in an alliance with for over a month. We discussed it in our DAO. We had private discussions, back and forth. And, we looked at the directorate and we looked at, Bob's, the OG Alliance, and some others. We thought about being on our own. But ultimately, Bob, I got to say, we appreciate you because you were an integral part in us figuring out the game. And whenever we had a question, Bob was there to answer the question, and he did it in a way that it was very respectful. He said, hey, you can do this or you can do that. That's your only options. I'm good with either. You just let me know how I can help you get there. And ultimately we're like, yeah, that's who we want to be with. And it had nothing to do with, screw everybody else, so to speak. It was just, hey, this is somebody that aligns with us. So Bob, I wanted to thank you there, brother. I don't think we ever really got to chat about that much.
I really appreciate that. And, that's the biggest thing is you got to know who you're playing with, and you got to align yourself with strong players. And so that's the one thing I'd been watching Richie for years, and low key had invested in some of his stuff, but never really got into the DAOs or any of that other kind of stuff like y'all did. But when I saw him do his interview with Colt, I was like, we got to get this guy on our team, because I knew how strong y'all were as a group, and the Warriors, and I mean, all of you, I mean, are top quality. What I'm looking for in this game is experienced investors who know crypto, because this is a game, and that's true, but it's also an investment. And like I said, anybody that's smart that's playing this game is going to want to get the most out of it that they can and make some money. And so that's always been our purpose. And so when I'm looking for people that I want in our alliance, I want people that know how to make money, and I want people that know how to invest crypto, and I want people who've made their own crypto, and I want people who've done their own projects, because those are the people that are going to help grow the game and grow our alliance. And so that's what I was really excited about, to get in with the Warriors and the Thistles, because they got a great group of people with them.
Yep, absolutely. I agree 100%. I agree.
I think
we are a great group of people.
It's one thing I noticed as well, like, from day one. When I was first talking to Rich, I was first talking to Bob and the rest of you guys. I mean, it seemed. I mean, I don't know all the the conversations that happened outside of the normal Telegram, unless I was talking to you guys directly in DMs. But it seems like it's been a pretty. I want to say a good fit, but in terms of it was quite seamless and quite easy to get everything, to get the ball rolling with you guys. Was that the case, or is that just the way I saw it?
Yeah, and I think that's what Elon was saying, is we have a common vision. And I think the important thing for BNB Mafia especially is that we get people with experience who know what they're doing, because the problem with BNB is there's a lot of competition on BNB.
Mm-hmm.
With Pulse Chain, it's the only game in town. Name me another game on Pulse Chain.
Yeah,
that's
you're right.
Not a Jacob project. There's not any.
Well, Ali has Pulse Wars, but that's a little bit different. That's more like a fantasy league.
But I mean, Pulse Chain is so new, and that there's just not a whole lot of competition. So I mean, this thing exploded on Pulse Chain because it was the only game in town. But for BNB, there's a lot more competition, and there's a lot more advanced projects already out there making, millions of daily volume. And so you got to have experienced people who know what they're doing on BNB. And so that's where getting with Richie and some guys who've been around and developed other projects and know what it takes to be successful. That's the only way we're really going to advance the BNB Mafia game the way it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go on. You're fine.
Well, I was going to say, so, over the past 3 years or so that I've dealt with Richie, I've been in his projects. And as I told you before, I'm a whale in almost all of them. I've invested in the last 3 years about $75,000 into his projects, but I have a passive income from crypto of about $5,000 a month. And that's also why I have invested into this, is because I just take it all, swap it to BNB, and put it into Mafia. And that's going to be the plan for the foreseeable future, especially with the map updates, is to take, a big portion of that and throw it in here and grow and grow and grow. And if I die, I'll just double up and come back in, So I think that it is, there's an addictive gambling portion of this game that I see as a crypto investor that is going to drive people to come into the game. And it's that scratch off ticket that you have geniusly made with scroll bar. What am I going to get when I hit that crate? Great sounds, great music, great everything. And I think that that's the addictive part that's really going to keep the game going, especially now that the map's open and you can kind of run around and see visually what you're doing instead of just that scroll bar. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah. I also think when people are able to play the roulette and when people are able to play the video slots,
Yeah.
I think that is going to be fantastic, because I know for video slots on the casino projects that we have, so basically on B&B Pot and on Pulse Pot when that comes around, I know that the return to player on video slots in general in the casinos is really, really high. It's like 97 or 98% or something. And that's the addictive part, right? Because you're winning all the time, but just little amounts. So I think, I think people maybe underestimate a little bit the power of owning the video slots and the roulette tables in this Mafia game.
Yeah. Here's why I'm part of the alliance I am, and I've talked to 30 people about it. I have a couple of roulette tables, as you know, and I am going to divvy those roulette tables up to other parties. Hey, what's up, Moondog?
Hey, Moondog.
How you doing?
I'm going to actually take those and give those out to other parties so that they can make money with them. And it also takes a liability standpoint off of my table, so that if I do die, I have these assets out there that are still going to be used, and I'm still going to make money from them, even if I die and I come back as another character. So it works well for everybody. They're making money. They've got power now because people are coming to their area with roulette tables, making them more money. And I'm not greedy about it. I'm good with taking a small portion and having that. As long as I get an ROI, that's all I give a shit about. Once I get my ROI, we're all good to just spend the rest of the money on the game over and over and over.
Yeah, but so Moondog has a bit of a different strategy to yours, I think. Hey, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays. Happy solstice. Happy map launch, everybody.
Yeah, all of that stuff. Happy map launch. Happy map launch. But so your strategy, when we were on the stream last week or 2 weeks ago, I think, you bought 1,200 keys, and you're gearing up to sort of put yourself into, really, you're walking yourself into a position of a possible city developer, which is, technically kind of the most, it's kind of the highest ranked player in the whole game at that sort of stage. Elon G. Muskie, is that something that you're going after too, or?
I am going to do some land development as well. Yes. I want to have a bunch of tiles around where my, where all my guys are. And, you're going to build, I don't know all the aspects of the game, by the way. I haven't seen the map yet, so I don't know how all of it works, but I plan on getting a bunch of tiles, building hotels, whatever needs to be built there, and kind of developing the land a little bit. But I'll tell you, I still need to learn a little bit too. When this opens up, I think we're all going to be like newborns running around until we get it really figured out. So we're just going to be throwing money at it until we're going, oh, hey, that's working.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure.
Yep.
Yes, it is. Sorry, I was a little distracted because this one was literally climbing on the top of a couch over there. So earlier I was playing Fortnite with my son, and she crawls up onto my shoulder like a parrot. I'm like, baby, we're pirates, but you're not a parrot. Get off of me. Stop. I'm playing. Anyways, this little shadow mation, this love muffin, they're keeping me company in the holidays. But yeah, I have a few prongs to my strategy. One are the incentive-driven competitions, which I will get back to shortly, especially with Bobtilla here. Two, something that Elon Musk had mentioned early on in the stream. I'll put it this way. One of my buddies that is actually fairly well known on the Pulse Mafia side by name that I onboarded, he used to be in the insurance public adjusting field. And I've already talked to him and his friend who set up one of the other families, the Iron Bank, about how the testimonials can be used as to set up insurance policies, essentially. So especially
cool.
For characters that either want to, we'll have contracts or different ways where you could set up, especially if you're being griefed on one of the other chains and you want to, wheel and deal in a different way. That's going to be some of the unique mechanisms that him and his insurance background and some of the mechanics there are going to be applied to in the game. Another thing you mentioned, you guys were talking about the roulette wheels and the slot machines. Those are going to be interesting. They're going to be engaging, especially with the added, integration there with Jacob's other protocols. One thing that I will say for the owners to be aware of is if you are not wise about setting your table limit orders, then there are certain like advanced martingale strategies that, you know, would be impossible or harder in real life. Buddy, hold on, I'm on a stream. But, you know, if somebody's rich enough in this game, they could pull, you know, a liquidity. There's a different way to get those two assets specifically, because they don't just have to attack you and kill you. They could actually deplete your liquidity pool so that you can't afford to own that asset, and then they will steal that asset from you. So just be aware whenever you're operating those other risk vectors that are available to losing those assets specifically. And then there was more, but I'm going to give space and let other people chime in a little bit. How's everybody's holidays?
Awesome.
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's a bit of a
Very good.
madhouse. Bit of a madhouse. We got a bunch of people over this year. It's nice. It's nice, I have to say. Plus, it's not too cold. I'm very happy about that.
That was a discussion that that I had with Bob and some other people owning the roulette wheels. Is, hey, you need to have X to cover Y, and by spreading the wealth, so to speak, you know, partnering with these other people that are going to hold that roulette wheel. Because so, you know, what is the land that I'm in there? Medela, is it called, or Medina? I can't remember how to pronounce it.
Medellin.
Medellin, Colombia.
Medellin. Sorry, man.
Medellin and Messina. So Medellin is the. Go ahead.
I'm a realtor, so I've got 1,000 places in my mind at all times. I can't remember how to say them all. So Medellin, you know, if I have something that I could put in Medellin, great. I'll bankroll it. I'll still share it with the families in there. But if I've got someplace in Caracas, well, there's no point in me keeping that in my area. Why not give it to them so you have full range? They can use it. They can back it up with a bank, and I can help back it up with my bank, and then we can all make a killing on it, right? Which also protects the asset from stealing, just from a financial standpoint of stealing. So I think that that's the best way to go. You know, if you can get full range on something, whether it's bullet factory, slot machine, whatever it is, that should be the partnerships that you're looking to make. And that's only going to make the rest of us more money to put back into the game to grow it even bigger. You know, this thing could get exponentially larger overnight. I mean, and I don't think people realize the gambling aspect, how much that brings in just from the gambling aspect. But when you start seeing money rolling in because people are working together as families to supply bullets and supply liquidity on these slot machines and stuff, it could be astronomical.
Another interesting thing that I noted in one of Jacob's most recent comments on features that will be available in days, not tonight with a map launch, but he mentioned exchange conversion features for the land tiles. So that implicates the fact that people will have opportunities that, you know, if they rolled a slum in the city that they want and they're like, they could look at the cash value, see if they cut their losses to try to re-roll and catch, you know, maybe an elite area closer to what they're trying to get. So just another little tidbit that I noticed in some of the information that's going out everywhere.
And, you know, if I was just
you're right.
Land tiles here.
I agree.
If somebody buys up land tiles and they're smack dab right in the middle of, you know, where we want to put our house, I don't mind giving you fair market value for it, right? I'm not going to pay you extra. If you're doing it just to kind of be a pain in the ass, I would rather go spend another $1,000 in an area and just buy up all of those and let you keep that tile right in the middle and never sell it. So, you know, I don't mind being a decent guy and giving the you know, the value of it, but if you think you're going to get 10x the value, it'll never happen. I'll just buy everything else up somewhere else. So if you want to sell them, hit me up, but just keep that in mind.
I will say that convert feature should also make it easier for Colt to potentially participate in streams, because if he did pop something that would be controversial, he could just throw it back to the exchange, let it recycle, and, you know, not be as concerned about it. As far as commenting on the fair market value, that's going to be an interesting, because there's going to be price discovery. You know, I've been noticing people assuming certain things like, thank you, Jacob. Yeah, it was interesting to me. I was like, man, I didn't even think about that, but that made me start thinking. So thank you for putting it in there for me to notice. What was I going to say? I forgot. Someone else can comment until I remember.
Just recycling the land tiles, and that's the that's a big important part is, if you can sell those and get back pretty close to what you originally put in, then like you said, you could perpetually just re-roll and re-roll until you get an elite tile or critical connector tile or any of that kind of stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all works out for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not even just close to. I mean, like if somebody owned a tile in my area, and let's say that it was worth $50, right? I'll pay him the $50. I'm not looking to steal 20% of it. I'll give them a fair value for it because that's going to be worth more to me. So I'll give them what they lost. Now they're going to have to eat their B&B fees. That's too bad for them, but I'll give them the value of the tile. I'm not looking to steal it from them. But when they come in and they're like, oh, well, it was $50 before, but now it's $300. All right, I'll go buy 30 somewhere else.
That's what I was going to talk about is fair market value, because we're going to go through price discovery. People have been making assumptions such as acquisition value equals fair market value. Well, I'm sorry, if I use a $20 key and it pops a freaking mansion on top of it, it's no longer worth $20. I'm sorry if it landed next to your business or HQ or whatever it is, but you telling me that you're going to give me $20 or the barrel of a gun, good luck with that, because that's not the most effective way to wheel and deal and to find fair market value. That's a good way to burn through your resources, whatever it is, pretty quickly. So, and interestingly, I just thought about, think about this with the exchange feature mechanic that we just mentioned. Contemplate the once a city's bought out, what if somebody's like, oh, let me convert my shed and then pop a key to see if I can get something better than a shed, if that makes economic sense for them instead, because they know they're going to get, the same area or something close to that. That's one little idea that I'll plant for people to consider amongst all the other maelstrom that's going to happen tonight and moving forward.
Yeah, I do think, like you're saying, right, especially about price discovery. I do think, like I was even saying to Elon Jamoski earlier before you guys popped on. There are people who have made this game purely about opening crates and getting inventory items and jumping on the marketplace immediately. That's kind of their whole game. That's the way they want to play the game. So we will have a lot of those people. And for example, if someone does get, like you say, if someone opens something with a mansion, or if they're extremely lucky and they manage to get the the apartment block and all the rest of that. I mean, that tile is very, very expensive. It's going to be very, very expensive, and I know, I think when I was talking with Gift previously, we were sort of speculating on what the prices of these things probably can go for. I think we're going to see much higher prices than we did with the business items that were for sale. I think the most expensive business item I saw was about $5,000. Bob, you might be able to correct me on that one. But I think some of these things are going to be going for a lot more. If they're going to stop, if they're going to put some family into vault suspension,
anything that
they have to negotiate. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you look at what on the Pulse side, especially look at what they're going to be making a week as a top 2 or 3 team. I mean, if you're cutting that money off, and it's one tile that's doing that, that tile is going to be very valuable. No matter what anybody says, it's going to be very, very valuable. So. I agree with you. I think some of these tiles, especially the critical access tiles, could be worth thousands.
I think so too. I think it's real money. I think it's really, we're talking thousands of dollars. Jacob just popped up a message here. He said, "Whoever gets the #1 strategic tile next to the Yakuza might be in for one hell of a ride." Stir in the pot, Jacob. Stir in the pot.
Yeah, Jacob's always trying to cause trouble. I noticed that he's always trying to stir some controversy for sure. So
yeah, I assume those strategic tiles are going to end up having to go into Don's hands, like the Dons of each family, for the appropriate headquarters hands. Because another fun little detail for those who haven't caught it yet or missed it, as far as the defense buffs go for each of the different levels, Jacob decided to give the lowest amount to the strategic tiles.
Yeah.
That's not cool,
No.
man. That's
Its value
not
is
cool.
elsewhere. It's which makes sense. It's vulnerable. So I don't know. You could make an argument that it would be the most fortified because it's a choke point or a barrel, but I like the way you did it.
So, Jacob, can I ask you a question?
Well, he's out there, so you'll have to ask
he's
him
listening. Yeah.
Whoever can answer this, when the map goes live here and I want to buy up all the tiles in Medelia, how does that work? Is there a screen? I mean, like I obviously I don't know what I'm doing. As soon as it opens, I'm going to scramble to see what's going on. But how does that work buying the tiles in specific areas?
It's basically you open a land crate, just the same as you open a crate on the existing crates we have. You open a crate and you can choose a city, basically, and then after that it's up to the RNGs.
So yeah, you choose Medellin, and then it'll roll for you and tell you where in Medellin your tile is.
Okay.
And then there's a separate RNG that's going to tell you what development level you start off at. So you'll get a shed, or you'll get nothing, or you'll get a mansion, or that kind of stuff. So
okay. I have people asking me, and I wanted to ask the source so that they can hear it from the source, because third party going through the middleman.
Exactly. Yeah. And there's been some confusion on how it's going to work. And if you can buy a tile in Medellin and transfer it to Las Vegas, you can't. So you buy that tile in Medellin, it stays in Medellin. You can't send it or trade it for one in another city. So
you could trade it potentially.
You could trade it with another player.
Potentially, if somebody trades it with you, but
again,
as part of the protocol, you can't go in and trade it. You've got to work an over-the-counter deal with Moondog or somebody else to get it from city to city.
Nice. Now, is there advantages? So if I buy a bunch of land tiles, and let's say I get 9 land tiles all right around each other, right, one big square, what are the advantages of having that?
So
it's the defensive capabilities, especially if your tiles are connected, you get an increased defensive bonus. And then two, that if it connects to your HQ, then you're going to be able to increase your number of people in your city. So that's what I've seen so far and Jacob really hasn't gone into full details on what those bonuses are. He's just said there will be bonuses. And since all these tiles are built in defensive mode, then it's more than likely going to make. And then the other thing is with your businesses, if you have the connecting tiles around your businesses, that increases the efficiency of your business and you earn more money that way.
Perfect. Again, I have people asking me these questions, so I'd rather hear it from the source. I appreciate that. That was the only 2 questions I had for you guys from my community.
Cool. Yeah. So, I mean, you're kind of on 2 different chains, right? Because at the moment, I know you don't have a presence over on BNB yet, right? Moondog and Elon J. Muskie, I know that you don't have a presence over on Pulse. So I think as the game starts to play out, it'll be very interesting to see, because I think, and I believe this, once people start making money, once you guys all start making money playing this game, I think you'll come to a decision pretty quickly whether you're going to join the other chain, the game on the other chain, because the money's the same, right? The money is there. The money's there to be taken. And I know that because there are some families that are playing on both chains, I think that we might actually start to see, in a few months down the line, I think we'll start to see members of, for example, members of family over on Pulse, I think will probably join with players from different families even on Pulse and go over to BNB and set up a family over there as a brand new family, So I think we will start to see lots of different families, and lots of players specifically will start to get closer, start working together closer. And then ultimately, because of that, I think we will start to see some families die, or maybe some families consolidate. All of these things will start to happen. I mean, like Jacob has said, very early on, families are going to come and go, not just players.
And this may be a little harsh to say this, but I hope the bottom half of my family all get killed off. I really do. And the reason for that The reason for that is because if they're going to come in and not do anything, I'd rather they get removed from the game and we gain some good players, because with all the businesses and the land tiles and my plans for this game, I haven't told this to anybody yet, but excluding the Don, the three heads of the table, every dollar that I make, 25 cents of that dollar will be returned to my top 10 family members under the three of us. They're going to get they're going to get keys. They're going to get land tiles. When I get 10 SAMs, I'm going to give away some SAMs, for defense. I plan on taking a lot of the profits that I get and putting it into my family, but you damn well be a active member. If not, I'm not going to protect the guy that's got a wealth of 200 just because he wanted to get in looking for some free money or something.
Yeah,
but
and
active members are going to get help.
And that's kind of the way that's what we found out early, is there's going to be a lot of different players, and they're going to have a lot of different resources, and they're going to have a lot of different time restrictions. And so that's the reason when we set up our families, we did 3 families, and we set it up as a tier. So if you're only got a little bit of money and you've only got a small amount of time to play, we're going to put you in the family that's going to be on that level. And then we're going to say Vegas for only our most active and our most productive players. And so that way you can move up the ranks and you can advance yourself as you go. But we're going to have all of our power concentrated with our most active and our most powerful family members. And just like you said, Elon, that's the thing that we noticed early on, is you can make a great family, but you only got 2 or 3 players that are really actively playing the game. And so if you have 90 members and only 3 are contributing, that really can weigh you down. And so that's just another element of the gameplay that you have to look into. And that's kind of the way we structured our families, is so that everybody can play. But if you don't have the money and you don't have the time, you're not going to be in the most powerful family. You're going to have to work your way up and earn that.
Like a real mob.
Exactly.
For no reason at all, when Elon Musk started, I was imagining a very dystopian meat market of essentially contracts of his plebs being sold for contracts and other families' plebs, or something like, what was the GE CEO's name, where literally, the bottom 10% is wiped every year. I mean, that's basically what the bear market is for us guys. It's purging, but you guys can dial up the savagery internally to externally instigated up to your guys' organizational decisions. But man, I had another thought. I just forgot. Oh well.
What do you guys?
I'm excited, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Colt, have you seen the
yeah.
family? There's the family page recently. I think
I did. I was looking at it earlier today, actually. So you've got what? You still got the Iron Bank, the Nice Mafia, and Compass Points.
So those were the ones that me and my buddies had set up around my birthday, and our that's
all in Miami.
We'll talk about here in a little bit. But with the for Miami, but with the map launch, we noticed that there were some vacancies around, some cities and some other areas. So now there's a few more cities that you'll find on the second page, or a few more families set up in cities on the second page for to make sure that we have the HQs before. Because here's what happens after a map launch. In order to get an HQ, you're going to have to be able to do certain things that you may not even have access to yet. So if we need to reorganize or restructure or do trades, it just made sense to kind of have some of those in place and to be able to pass them on to other people as they come into the game, or we onboard them or move things around moving forward. But so on the second page now we have 3 more families.
Yeah. So community college, watchers, and DD assets.
Yes, sir.
Community
there you go.
college, I like that.
Yeah, so Caracas, Messina, and Detroit. Who's headquartered in Detroit? One of the bigger families, no?
Yeah, I didn't see.
No. La Mano Nero.
Yeah, but there's a gearhead that has quite a bit of the businesses there. So, for example, if it made sense for him to. We don't know what's going to happen. So if it made sense for him to have his own family or his own, city, become a city developer there or whatever it's going to be, I went ahead and grabbed an HQ, and that one. So Double D Assets, fun story about that. I had a buddy that 12, 13 years ago, we were talking about starting a business, and my name's David. The name that he goes by starts with a D as well. So we were like, double D assets. It's just going to be something that's on paper. It's funny for us. The dude ghosted me. 9 years later, calls me, says, oh, hey, blah, blah. I'm like, and then he's like, oh, about starting a bit. I'm like, buddy, I have 3 more kids than the last time I saw you. And I don't take on, that's an expired offer. But anyways, we ended up, because of family reasons and stuff, I made an exception. So we ended up, I took him on as a partner right before COVID. We've been through a lot since that. And I found out that during the time that he ghosted me, he had a company. So there's a portfolio of properties. He's like, hey, can we help optimize? And it's double D assets. So even without me there, he just did his name and his name twice, assets. He just took it. And I was like, that's great. But we're both D&D nerds as well. Dungeons and Dragons, which the Compass Points is a homage to Dimension 20's a live action role play Dungeons and Dragons series. It's a pirate's library, actually. So that's other things I'll integrate to the storytelling there. The community college is an homage to Dan Harmon's community. And the dawn of it is Abed, which is a character that I relate most to personally. There's a chicken wings episode that is literally a Mafia movie homage. I think I've shared it in the Pulse Mafia chat. I joined the B&B Mafia chat for Christmas because whenever they were doing maintenance yesterday, it was easy enough because the telegrams were right there. I just clicked the telegram and then I clicked join. I'm not going to be, commenting until I have a stake there because, that just makes sense. But being aware of the terrain and being in there made sense. So you mentioned, us moving, families moving from chain to chain or disappearing.
Yeah, I think it'll happen a lot.
Last night, so the same buddy that I was talking about, who I've onboarded and the Pulse chain community knows him, behind the scenes at least by name. So he was talking to me, he was messaging me last night, and he's like, "Dang it, Moondog, you were right. 6 months ago, XYZ." He's like, "If I'd done, instead of what I did, what you had told me, I could have already had, 100 million Mafia, whatever it was." I was like, "Yep." But and then so he acknowledged that, but then he started to get antsy about jumping over to B&B just because of the economics of it and stuff. And I told him a couple things, but the thing I told him at the end to help calm him down is, look, first mover's advantage in one place and second mover's advantage in the other place. So both and give everybody space to play the game, to breathe, to figure it out. And then we'll all come together and take what we've learned. And some people will see it as PvP. Some of us are doing it PvE, and some of us are doing a mix of the two. So
yeah, big time.
This map launches.
That's it. I'm looking 9 minutes and 15 seconds. So I think everyone has their keys ready.
Yeah, I'm thinking about dropping another BNB right now and buying some more. I'm debating it.
Right. Well, I think for when map launch actually happens, obviously you guys have a plan to go and buy a bunch of stuff. So anyone that needs to, let me, I can drop you into the background. You're more than welcome. Oh, hang on. Who else have we got here? Hey, Superman. Hey, how you doing?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
The director in the house.
8 minutes.
Hey, look at this. We got 4 families in here even.
Exactly. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's finally here. Excitement.
Yeah, big time. I know. Look, as I was saying just there now, Superman. I know that when map goes live, I know a bunch of you guys are in here. You're going to be clicking those buttons, click, trying to get over these land tiles as fast as possible. So if you need me to just drop you back while you go and do that, absolutely no problem at all. And then you're always welcome to come back on again. Anyone that needs to shoot.
Yeah, I'm probably going to drop off the stream here about 5 minutes of. Go get some chips and soda and sit my fat ass on the couch and start clicking buttons.
I think that's the strategy a lot of people have. Just start hammer down on these things. I know some people. I spoke to some people as well that have said that no, they're not going to do anything tonight. They're just going to wait and see how it goes. Because obviously, RNGs. I don't think a lot of the really good stuff is going to be disappearing. I mean, we saw people that were claiming business items, weeks into the game.
Yeah, Colt,
So-
the thing is, I talked to Jacob about it, and I said, now, is it going to be like it was with the other items, and nobody's going to get a hotel until the very end? And he said, no, the RNG is different. And so your chances of getting a hotel is just as good with the very first crate as it's going to be with the very last crate. So it's not going to be like the bullet factories where nobody's going to get anything until the very end. And then all the bullet factories are going to start popping. From what he told me, the hotels are going to be popping from crate 1. So that may be something to consider for those people that are thinking, I'm going to wait because I'm not going to get burned again like I did with the crate items. It's going to be a different RNG according to Jacob this time around. So hopefully it'll be a little bit more fair, and we won't see all the big high-end items saved until after everybody spent thousands of dollars on it.
Well, I'm debating. I mean, I'm going to open some of these land tiles, probably on stream. I'm debating whether I should do. I think I'll do a mix, BNB and Pulse, just to see. If I'll tell everyone now, if I get a very high value item, you better be fucking nice to me, and I might.
I told you how much I like your studio.
That's
Yeah.
right.
A great microphone.
Remember who your friends are.
And you never know. I might just gift them.
Well,
I mean,
hey, let me say this. I don't want you to gift me anything. Give it to somebody that needs it versus me. So don't give me anything, okay?
that's fine.
Hey, it was good talking to you. Sorry I didn't get to talk to you more, Superman. Moondog, Bob, we'll see you in the game. I'm going to drop off so I can get ready for this, but I'll be watching the screen.
Take care, brother.
See you.
No worries. Thank you very much for being here. Hey, we'll have to do this again.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Talk to you in a bit. Cool. Superman, you excited?
Very excited. The day has finally come. The moment is upon us. Fantastic. So very exciting.
Yeah. What's your sort of strategy going into this?
Well, that's why I'm late, because we've been running our system. So that's in play, and just excited about the metaverse, the map, and the 3D environment, and all the rest of it. Very exciting, and of course, we all love the way that you open up the land crates. It'll be pretty fun.
Yeah, I think it's got that addictive part, right? It's as KvltDeFi says, it's sticky. It's got that stickiness.
Yeah. I guess we're going to see what it all looks like very shortly. We've sent little sneak peeks, haven't we? We've had a few little sneak peeks of some of the 3D environment, and that's pretty cool. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's looked really nice so far.
Yeah, so far so good. I'm really interested to see about the whole zooming in and out thing.
Yeah,
I think that's just gonna add some absolute craziness to it. And I know, I mean, like Jacob has a bunch of times. The reason, obviously, that this took so long is, people will come up with the graphics. He'd have a look and say, no, we can do better. No, or no, that's not the way I want it to be. Because obviously, even though this can be upgraded and updated as we go, we need to hit the ground running, I think, with this, and I think we've got a lot of players who are absolutely, gearing up for hitting the ground running.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. I'm hoping to open up one of those super yacht crates in the ocean. That'd be fun.
Actually, that picture that Jacob put up with a bit of a beach on, I thought that was pretty interesting. I'm really looking forward to this map, man. I can't wait. It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes to go.
Yep.
Have you spoke to Archie or anyone today? What are their?
The whole family is pretty active, as you can imagine, for the launch of the map. So yep. Good stuff.
I think we will have Professor KvltDeFi on with us in a few minutes.
Very nice.
But he told me this. He told me that he won't be on camera, but he'll be here. I'm just reading through.
I'm sorry. I was going to say with that, I think I may bump off too, and I've got family here, so I'll spend some time with them, and I'll try to open some crates, and I will catch y'all and go over all of our spoils when we get a chance to get everything opened and cracked open.
Perfect.
Can I hold
Bob,
you for
thanks
90
very
seconds
much.
or 2 minutes, Bob?
Oh, sure.
Copy. So everybody,
2 minutes.
I'll do this quickly. Colt, yeah, we're on the timer here anyways. So on our my birthday stream, one of the main topics was kind of, getting everyone a little bit friendlier in chat. And it's taken a while, but I think we're getting there. I think the map launch and the holidays come around. Other thing is, and I'd also launched a incentive competition for my birthday. So originally the prize was an OG NFT for the best meme or comments, whatever it was, the best post. Now, the best post ended up really coming from Bob Tilla. He ended up catching me on X with some background guerrilla marketing, but I wanted to upgrade that prize purse, which I'll talk about. I'm already going over my 90 seconds. I ended up passing the OG NFT on to Max Payne for all of his talk about the different mechanics and different things tokenomics could be going on. And then he actually ended up, in the spirit of the holiday season, somebody that he was kind of, had bit their head off a little bit because it seemed like they were trolling. They had been out for a while, but came back in. But he realized afterwards, he's like, oh, maybe I was a little aggressive. He's like, you know what? Let me pass that OG NFT onto them just as a peace offering as well. So I appreciate everyone who has participated in the raising the bar, so to speak. But with that, this violin piece here, I actually got, it's a one-of-a-piece art kind that I got as a part of a Lindsey Sterling concert that was raising money for St. Jude's. For anybody who isn't aware, St. Jude's is a literal miracle shop. The things that they do for families, even beyond just by taking the financial components off of the table and the stress that they relieve, as well as the healthcare that they're able to provide, it's literal miracle work that they do for families. So with that, I'm going to be passing this violin piece on to Bob, and we'll be talking about that in future updates. So I went over my 90 seconds,
amazing,
2 minutes.
Man. I can't. You don't know what that means. I mean, everybody knows what my niece went through if they were in the chats, and that's one place that we were looking at going, and it's one place that was recommended, but luckily hers turned out to be benign, and she had a massive tumor on her left adrenal gland, and it came back benign, and we got to skip all the chemo and all the mess that these kids have to go through. I've been a physician for 30 years, and I know, and I have sent people personally to St. Jude's, and I know what they do, and I read up on the little sheet about the girl that made that, and I can't believe you're giving it away. I mean, it's a unique thing, and I'm very honored, and I appreciate you very much for that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. But I asked for 2 minutes. I took a little bit more than that, so I'm going to let you go for now, and we will definitely we're going to get that taken care of.
I'll get in touch with you, and thanks again, man. I really appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Love
Y'all
and
take
light.
care. Map's launching.
Map's launching.
Here.
It says we're currently performing maintenance. Here we go.
Negative 42 seconds.
That's how that works.
Good luck, everybody.
Later.
Good luck, Bob. Enjoy yourself.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, bud. Oh, hey,
Larry.
everyone.
How you doing, Kool-Aid? How you doing, man?
I'm hanging in there. Not as bruised as I was before, but I'm punching through. Yeah, no, I got myself a little nap and then long days worth of a work sesh, and let's just see what's going on. Do we get a wiki update on all the stuff? Because clicking buttons.
Land tiles and buildings was updated. I'll bring it up in a couple of minutes.
Sure.
I just want to see this map. Oh, I think this is really going to be. It's going to be a lot of fun. Did you manage to see
if there's little cars driving? If there's little cars driving, we're in business. we actually do not want people. That's way too much. Way too much to calculate.
So we've got to go live on Telegram there, KvltDeFi.
Yeah, I've just seen that. I'm here. I'm literally just reloading the website. Refresh.
You're DJ. Press the shift refresh button.
Yeah, it'll be here shortly. Yeah, okay. So Jacob said that he wanted this to be pretty much on the ball, time wise. So I think that's going to be great.
Well,
Kool-Aid, you missed. So you missed.
It's hard. It's servers and stuff. Yeah.
You missed the introduction to the introduction, the beginning of this We were chatting to Elon G. Muskie. So he's the consigliere of the Black Thistles, Rich's family over on B&B.
Okay, yeah.
And he has, self-professed whale, he said. And he said that he's going to start dropping money into this big time now that the map is done. He said he's got about 600 keys or something at the moment.
Awesome.
And he's gonna keep just dropping. He said part of his strategy, if someone starts taking up opening land in his area, he said he might literally just either one, buy up all the land around them, right? Hope he can get all of that, or he'll just literally move to another area and just keep opening crates until he gets his secure little pad. So he also said that he owns a lot of the business items over on B&B, and that he's literally, even people in other families, he's literally saying, okay, I own the roulette table in your area, or I own the bullet factory in your area, or whatever. I'll lend it to you and we'll share on the profits.
Lending wouldn't be a bad thing, and you could put an APR onto something like that. The real question inherently is if you lend it to someone and someone kills them, then how do you guarantee that it's acquired and being returned with interest guaranteed? So you could actually create what's called a hit squad that would enforce interests for particular areas to do particular things. You just have to get the infrastructure done. I thought one of the more interesting ideas is to actually make a fight club type area where people take their alts and go duel, right? And one man goes in, one man comes out. And, you can actually put bets on that, put bets on B&B Pop or Pulse Pop, right? And so actually rig your own betting system, rig your own fight club, put leverage on it. You do all sorts of stuff. If you look at like EVE Online, they have war bonds in their fucking game. Takaya actually plays this. I can never touch an MMO again in my life because I played way too much before I went to game dev school and became a game dev. There's no time sink for me to ever touch those type of things, but just the economy of that game alone is so massive. You can take a war bond. I mean, like that's pretty wild. So, like you can do all of those things. Now the question is, if someone's randomly popping a crate in a random region, you can't really fault them for it. Be like, but I wanted it down by the river and I got it over in a field. So you gotta kind of see what happens to what you're gonna get versus the experience you're looking to have. We got the maintenance page up. Oh yeah.
I think Jacob just posted a message in Telegram about 20 minutes. He said,
"Oh, this is normal and this is perfect. Absolutely, nothing ever turns turnkey on the second. Within the day is correct." So, I think this is where we start to build economy ecologies. And again, there's that example of EVE Online, because that literally has a living DEX that you can trade through that was leagues more sophisticated than the Azeroth auction house. I call that the world's first DEX. But EVE's DEX basically had everything that you'd want from a modern day liquid order book. And it's in a fucking video game. Trading parts and yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, I played on there for years playing EVE.
I never touched it because I know better. There is no life when you're.
Well, I've got tons of giant battleships sitting in my in the docks.
What's crazy is
the only problem I had with EVE was when you get to the outer planets, they limit capital ships. That's a bit of a problem. I don't know why they do that, but.
Well, there was another one, so I started doing some research into the finance systems built in games. That's where I stumbled really upon how in depth it was, because I never again played. I just knew about the giant economic space battles, and I heard that it had a pretty robust financial system. Just like if you look at something like Civilization, it has a very robust world-based systems. From you can win with culture, you can win by era, you can win by all these different casts of creed on how you can use the game to actually win against your opponents. And with EVE, like the Citadel people, apparently they took these iron banks out to the edge of the universe to avoid a tax-based system. It was absolutely nuts just watching this 40-minute documentary on Eve. But that's the whole premise of, again, ecology and economy can eclipse a token's price because in-game world is more realistic than someone's speculation on what's happening for what's actually existing.
Yeah.
People are more engaged in their participation than they are in their speculation.
Well, engagement diffuses speculation, right? Speculation is when you are literally speculating versus understanding, experiencing, growing, being tactile, didactic, and haptic to the world that you exist in. And then you're not speculating anymore. You're part of that experience. And you don't speculate on your own life, do you? But I wonder if I'm going to die today. No, I don't do that. You could get hit by a bus. But no, I think that's understanding the richness of what GameFi and StoryFi and all the rest of that brings to this actual situation, lays in those foundations that your story in an experience can be immortalized. It can be rewarded. It can earn yield. It can do all sorts of damn things. And that's what's kind of fascinating about the whole thing. Let's take a look at the wiki. Let's read some facts. So I have not looked at stuff yet.
All right, let me bring this up.
Yeah, because I already know what I think I want to see, and I have not peeked at anything in a while. Because most of the stuff I'm cheating in. I know what we should see.
Yeah, so this is basically the newest thing that's been updated, right? So it's literally the land tiles.
All right. Where now? Launch phases. Search.
Yeah, so we've got the user tiles, right?
I see it.
That people are going to be claiming 700 infrastructure tiles between 2 and 500, depending. Environmental tiles the same, 2 and 500. Business tiles 10. Pre-placed as well, right? I didn't know if the business items were actually going to be pre-placed. I thought it would be if you're in a family, then you would be bringing those tiles along with you. You know what I mean?
No. Well, that's a tricky one, right? Because if the map is built for a particular economic nature, and let's just say you got a narcotics warehouse or a booze warehouse, and let's say you live on something as a port. Well, the smuggling warehouse probably would exist around a port, whereas the shop or the bank really doesn't make sense there. What could happen is either the business tile itself is landlocked into its own unique location, or there's several tiles that can be moved around. We'll see when we can get there. All right, let me take a read instead of just giving thought theory.
Elon Jamuski, you're back.
Yeah, I went in and transferred another $1,000 in BNB to get more keys.
There you go. There you go.
I'm gonna be on this damn game all night long, just opening crates.
The crates. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not a gambler at all. My life does not give you anything for free, so the risk on that is not good. But it is exciting just to be like, "Who's coming next? Let's open up another box. This one's gonna have the golden ticket in it." And
I'll probably get 500 sheds.
We're on this page. One way that it's affected me, because it's changed a couple times since my birthday. Actually, it changed once before today, and then it changed today as well. But seeing the total number of tiles that are going to be in the game, I had planned to schedule out my key usage at a fairly steady pace over kind of a longer period of time, which I'm still going to be steady. I'm going to let people get their stuff first, but I'm probably going to have to start a little bit sooner or go a little bit faster, do a little bit more per day than I was originally expecting, just because there's not as much space to be grabbed. And I'll be stuck just with a bunch of keys while everybody's got all the tiles if I went at my other pace before. So this is a good page to be looking at, guys.
Well, there's also the other part.
Tiles per city, 7,000 total. So 11 cities. That means some are going to have a little bit more, or sorry, some will have a little bit less.
Yeah, it's
maybe
36 per city.
Well, the thing is that remember also keys are Keys is a universal opening door, so it's going to have more features and facets than all the
Yeah,
rest of that.
Jacob said keys are going to have about 20 use cases. As
Oh
we
yeah,
get going.
no, I guarantee you. I
I think
guarantee
the
you.
wiki says 40 even.
Well, they're system designs, right? So, you know what that is a branch. A key is a branch for you to do an action or a feature. So, but then there's the expanding on top of all those type of things. You know, that's one again the frustration, I guess, of most people this entire time. And what was your name again? Elon Musk? Yeah, right. Okay. Sorry, the screen's very far away.
Very small right now.
Yes. I don't think we got to talk, but yeah, there's so much potential that can be built and scaled upon this model that allows everything to be done and built and go through that nesting area. So just having tiles is one thing. What you do with tiles connected is another thing. Hell, what you do with alliances, or I thought Colt's talk about you encircling someone around that takes a tile out of your area was pretty clever. That's kind of funny. Expensive way to thumb your nose at someone, but
just gaining assets, man. It's a diminishing asset as it, you know, every tile that I take is a percentage of the tiles that'll never be back on the game because I ain't selling shit.
Well, then that's the whole thing. It's an interesting market model about the inflation of when you kill tiles go back into the ether and they're now available. Eve had that same issue, which is again, there's a video. If someone ever wants to see it, they can watch it. I sent it to I think our channel or somewhere else. But how they handle that in inflation is burning the parts of the war. So the war actually re-dived back and drilled back into the inflation of the system itself. So you can never choose a tile, but when a tile becomes available, is the zone hard locked? Like it is. Could you get an elite thing on the side of a common thing? I don't know. Like, and that's why, like I've always said, like, I want to see the map, right? I want to like, and also remember the wiki's usually not going to be updated before the patch. The entire build server would go together with everything. So we may see some massive updates to the wiki that will inform what we're actually looking at, what we can actually see in real time. I just want to see if the cars, if there's a moving car. Doesn't have to be a lot of moving cars. Every 5 minutes, there's just one little fucking zipper that goes around. Fucking sold. Fucking sold.
You know, I wonder if the tiles that are going to be on the ocean, like oceanfront property, are going to be worth more versus inner city tiles. And
well, you'll have the protection, right? Because of how it's a hex. Yeah, you're going to have the protection of one of those nodes not being able to be nested to you. So you should, in theory, own that slice of that quadrant, right? So all of those would give you credit of, call it like content complete, right? So like you have, or there's no way for anyone to inject themselves from that direction. And so I do believe tiles next to the edges are going to be more useful. But what I'm going to assume he did is all the tiles on the edges of the map are probably environmental tiles.
Yeah, well, I mean, like there's woods, there's forest, there's like the beach, like the sea. But I mean, you would think then that if we look at a normal city, if you have like a beachfront property, it's probably going to be pretty expensive. So would that then be considered the elite area? And would, some inner city place maybe be considered like the common area?
Well, I mean, what was it, the second week I streamed with you? It was the second time I streamed with you, like month one. I said, what if you gentrified an area? What if you can upgrade an area? And this was long before people even knew that there was a map update. And I'm like, this all could happen. So you could, through prosperity of a city, grow the common area into a rare area or an elite area. And then you could have environmental effects like the Chicago fire or a San Francisco earthquake or something like that actually has a detriment to the area, Hurricane Katrina. That decimates the city. And
there are multiple multiple kinds of beachfront properties, guys. There are, you know, your condos next to your whatever, but there's also, like was being talked about earlier, your ports, you know, the fishing docks. So it'd be funny if there was, you know, an area of the map that is the common area with the 10% defense bonus that for whatever reason, the businesses in there ended up getting a bunch of mansions and villas built in it, while the elite, you know, 100% bonus area in the map had a bunch of sheds for a while, just because the criminals in this game were, you know, the rich ones.
Yeah. All right. So besides land tiles, what I'd really like to see still is how movement works with slowdown, cooldown. I'd assume that was going to come with the map update. At least that was my assumption back in the beginning when we all started streaming together. So I still want to see how that interjects, because when you're looking at a map or tiles, the first thing you need to ask is how long does it get to go to different places, and what is the spread of those actions or random encounters. So I think that's something to be looking for. What else do we got? I'm trying to poke around, not read the whole damn thing. Let me give it a whole refresher and see what we got.
So I'm hoping that this map update is as great as it is. I hope it is, because something y'all don't know about me, I actually have a very, very large paid TikTok account, and TikTok doesn't like crypto stuff very much. So I've been very careful.
TikTok banned me after 2 days of posting about Mafia.
Yeah, exactly.
2 days.
So, you know, I realistically make about $5,000 to $6,000 a month off of my paid TikTok account, right? And that's a lot of income. You know, I don't want to lose 75 grand a year because I post about crypto, but I'm thinking that when the map comes up, I can post it as a game and it won't be removed as content, you know, that's against TikTok. So I'm hoping that's going to be the case. I've just got to play it very carefully.
The easy route, you mentioned that you're a real estate agent as well. So with the city development features, the, you know, staking, all you have to do is do some translation of this as being a financial services, real estate, metaverse, and gaming. Just keep the crypto out of it. Just keep that. And you could do this in a way to where it's educational as a financial services, real estate, gaming, metaverse thing. And that should keep you, you know, hopefully.
Well, I don't know if you can stream with
2.0 until we get the next administration in the power seats.
Well, I mean, but TikTok itself, it's still a little bit tricky. But I mean, I'm a professional game developer for the last 18 years. So if I was on with you where we were talking about it, I can at least throw some smoke and coverage in your way. I'm a professional. This has nothing to do with crypto. I mean, the fact that it uses a particular type of technology doesn't make any difference to me than if this is a tabletop game. I literally treat this as a tabletop game from the very beginning. It's drug wars or dope wars at the very first strike. I mean, I built something like this in 2013 called, oh God, what the hell was it? I am brain farting right now. It was hookers and blow, basically, instead of gangster shit. But yeah, no, you can, what was that?
Dope wars? Drug
no,
wars?
No. It was the one that I built back in 2012 over at Marquee World.
I may have to change my name to Hookers and Blow, by the way.
It's you know what? Where the wind blows, the hooker goes. So it's not a bad name. All right, I'm going to smoke a cigarette real quick. I'll be right back, gents.
All right.
Boom, boom.
Well, hopefully we're close.
Yeah, we will be. Oh my God, this is actually really exciting stuff. People have been asking in the chat. Sorry, I haven't been in with you, chat, because I've got a bunch of guests on, but I will just answer some of the questions that I saw. If you want to participate in the giveaway, we're giving away 50 keys. So basically, we're going to be giving away to 3 winners. If you want to win, then literally go to X, like the post, retweet the post, and leave a comment. That's basically it. I'm going to be doing it through a Twitter picker. So basically, I will just put in the post, I will pick 3 winners, and then we'll pick 3 winners. That is as simple as that. Obviously, if you want to claim your prize, you're going to have to get in touch with me through DM over on on X, and then I will probably ask you to confirm that by sending me a DM also on Telegram, so we can weed out some of the people who are literally in this just to try and win something in the giveaway. And also, obviously, then you definitely need to have a character so we can actually send those keys to you, right? So it's kind of really that simple. I know that a hell of a lot of new faces I've seen following things. I got a bunch of followers as well because of this today over on X, and brand new names. I know that you guys have nothing to do with Mafia at all, so we'll have to just wait and see. You do not have to be, literally, you don't have to be on the stream to win like we had done previously, because we cycled through so many people. So really, we've had to redraw so many times because the people literally weren't on the stream at the time. But now you just don't have to do that. I'll give you 24 hours to get in touch with me if you're watching this after the fact, and that is it. Nice and easy, and we'll do that later. Also, bear in mind that when you actually start opening these crates, opening these land tiles now, you're not going to be able to sell them immediately on the marketplace. That listing won't happen for a day or two, right, while Jacob and the boys get everything else sorted out. So right now it's just opening these land tiles to try and boost them for your area or for your family or for you as a solo player.
Or maybe to start getting city inflation.
Oh my God, imagine if we start to see people get city inflation almost straight away. That would be excellent. Again, so if there's anyone out there that is here just because of the giveaway, go and have a look at BNB Mafia. Look down in the banner down the bottom. It costs you 2,000 Mafia to create a character. It's about 50 cents on BNB, and I think it's around $2, maybe a bit less now on Pulse. Create your character. You can have a look on the game wiki in there. Jump into the Telegrams also in the banner across there. And yeah, if you are looking to join a family, I'm pretty sure the right family will find you, because that's kind of what they do these days. Actively recruiting. It's good to see. It's really great to see. Superman, I know Max is absolutely on the ball. I see people joining the Telegram, and as soon as someone's on Telegram, they're getting a little message from Max almost straight away. I like that. It's a good strategy.
Yeah. Big shout out to Max Payne, man. You're crushing it.
Yeah. He is.
Hey, Moondog.
Yes, sir.
Good question for you. So obviously you and I, we're going to be, land developers basically, and we're going to be buying up tons and tons of tiles, which opens up our Mafia tokens for whatever we want to do, so the more that you spend on land tiles, the more you can do by withdrawing your BNB Mafia. Let me ask you, what's your plan with your BNB Mafia coin that you have, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, the BNB Mafia that I have is sitting idly because I haven't even created a character over on BNB yet. But my Pulse Mafia, I've got some staked in the family bank from whenever I first joined, but I realized the economics on this pretty quickly. I'm using this as a teaching tool for, I have some buddies that are across different markets and different things. So one of the buddies that I introduced to this, I'm using this to help teach them some of the metagames on market analysis. There's going to be a lot of things to do with your Mafia afterwards. Mafia is going to be key. The cash is the exchange is a key part of all of this. I know the map is getting all the love right now. For those who haven't been tracking on the Pulse Mafia side, I noticed that liquidity was at, there was $80,000 worth of US dollars worth of liquidity yesterday of in-game cash. Today it was 100,000. And then, so I threw another 20,000 on there. So there's $120,000 worth of in-game cash for Mafia on the Pulse Mafia exchange right now. But yeah, so after this, there's a couple more, the open for business is one of the next phases. So people are going to start to see the mechanics of how they're not, Kool-Aid mentioned moving. So we're going to get the map. Kool-Aid mentioned us being able to move around, so that action and movement is going to bring a another dimension for people to start playing more games within the game versus just a crate game. And then there's going to be the businesses, there's going to be, and there's going to be the exchanges still there for people to, as long as a crate game is still around, to continue doing that. Or once that gets moved over basically to just the business owners, because the crates that we had before, that was for the initial supply of in-game products, but those crates aren't always going to be there. They're not necessarily always going to have the same things in them. Those are going to start moving to, shop owners and other in-game mechanics to produce and balance those things. So what am I going to do with my Mafia? I'm going to do just about everything in the game. Owning land tiles. I mean, if it's I think what's the top one, a mansion or park, whatever it is, but it's $500,000 to have it fully operational. So you get 10 of those, you're looking at 5 million Mafia stake just to have, that $200,000 times 10, 2 million per day on in-game inflation from those 10 land tiles. And that's just 10 land tiles. If you're looking at 100 properties or more, hopefully you're looking at your Mafia and your in-game cash that you guys are going to need, because right now everybody's looking at land, but that exchange is going to be the next thing that people are going to start paying attention to once they realize it's what they need to pay attention to. So
upgrading to a large hotel is 12.5 million in-game cash plus your $500,000 staked Mafia.
Okay.
One of the most direct answers is investing it into the land tiles to build up those land tiles to higher level buildings and to secure that city developer spot. But so that was a really roundabout way of answering. So if you want to ask your question again, in case I didn't answer it, or ask it more specifically, because I'm not sure if I did answer it. So,
no, I mean, I just kind of wanted your generalized opinion, because I have millions of the Mafia, and then I have, 80 million in game cash, and then, tons of keys. I'm going to buy tons of lots. And like you said, in order to be a land developer, you have to be able to have the backing. So, I want hotels. I want hotels on the beach right next to a dock if I can, but that's going to build the wealth. And I plan on dumping the wealth back into the game over and over and over to help build that, because I know that one day it will pay itself off, I was just curious what your kind of plan was. And it sounds like you and I are kind of doing the same thing.
I imagine the business owners are going to want to build up the lands connected to their businesses, as well as the lands in the elite zone as high as they can first, and to keep those things operational. So I imagine we're going to start seeing a lot more Mafia moving off. Like, people are going to, since there's going to be more use case for the Mafia token, we're going to see Mafia moving off of the market and into those buildings. So we're going to start seeing more movement there. And then people are going to start saying, well, how do I get Mafia? Well, you buy it off the market, or you do in-game activities to get in-game cash and to sell it on the exchange to then get Mafia to pump into your buildings for future. And that's one of the ways that, if you're paying attention to the taxes and, all the different ways to snowball your money for a long-term vision, using the in-game economy. But yeah, I think a lot of the Mafia is going to start getting moved. People are going to pop tiles, but then around their businesses, they're going to want those tiles to have the 100% bonus or whatever the other bonuses are going to be. And so yeah, the rollout is great, but I think some people may have even overestimated how many keys they need based off of what their goals are, or at least proportional to how much Mafia or in-game cash or other assets that they have. So there's going to be a lot of rebalancing as everybody figures things out for themselves and their own goals.
Well, yeah.
But everybody who thinks that they've already figured everything out, they've thought of every scenario that months ago, they've gone through. Like, anybody who's telling you any version of this story, guys, just hear that don't take it literally. Just hear that they put a lot of work and effort into their ideas, so they feel very strongly about them. But nobody knows anything. Like, this is a moving target all around.
Yeah, I mean, I think a decent strategy for anybody listening, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, guys. Let's say you've got $1,000 in cash, right? Whether it's BNB or Pulse, and you're like, let's buy every key I can get my hands on. Well, great. What are you going to do once you have that land tile and you have no money left, right? What if you get that hotel and you can't upgrade? Or what if you get a house and you want to upgrade it? So it might be better to spend 30% or 40% of your bag on keys, see what you get in land tiles, and then spend 30 or 40% on upgrading that stuff and having the in-game cash and having the Mafia token, using the other 20% that's left over for that, so you can build those up. Because ultimately, in your opinion, wouldn't you think that would be more valuable than just owning 30 land tiles that are all fucking sheds?
I don't know. We're gonna see, because we're gonna see the relative worth and value of the tiles and proportional to each person's game play, because it's gonna be different depending on how they want to play. Here's what I do anticipate, regardless, as a general pattern, is people are gonna pop crates, they're gonna get their land tiles, and then there's in 3 or 4 days, or however long it takes, a week, 2 weeks, for those to eventually be available to use in the exchange for conversion. They're going to start, the ones that they didn't like, their outliers, their sheds or whatever, they're going to be like, crap, I got these 3 tiles next to my business and I got this one way over here. They're going to pop that into the exchange to get some money out of it, to turn, you know, one of their sheds next to their business from an apartment into a mansion, or whatever it is. So we're going to see a lot of rebalancing through the systems that Jacob has put in place, which his intentionality with putting the exchange in place around the map update. I don't think everybody was tracking how much thought and care he was putting into that, but it was a very critical component to it. And he, so I think we're going to see that as this next phase rolls out, that already being done, people are going to have that available to adjust their expectations, because a lot of people had expectations and they did some math and they thought it was going to be, you know, super hard to get the headquarters necessary for a big family or certain things. Everybody had these ideas based off of the little bit of information that we had before. So now we're going to get to see where the map meets the pixels, where ideas meet the metaverse, and what survives, what gets recycled, and what gets integrated into the ecosystem, the ecology that we're all building. Because no single person here is deciding what's going on. Not even the dev team. They are throwing tools out there for us to use, and how, not only how well we use them, but how we decide to use them is going to decide not only how big this game goes, but literally. So there's a GDC talk that I've shared with Kool-Aid and I've shared in chat. It's called Cosmic Top Secret. And it's about these game developers that were developing a game based off of their parents were spies during the Soviet War, the Cold War. But as they were developing the game and they were finding out, so that talk is about how story and mechanics and real life all interplay with each other. Because what happened in that specific, what she talks about in that talk is how real life events affected the mechanics and the story that eventually went into the final product of the gameplay. We have that same process happening here with Mafia, but on steroids and with an exponential network effect, where it's not just one person's story that's affecting the mechanics. It's all of our stories coming together and creating this chaotic maelstrom of creativity that we all get to be a part of. So,
well, that's the StoryFi aspect of taking GameFi, which is wrapping DeFi in an engagement purpose, versus StoryFi, which wraps GameFi in a storytelling solo perspective. But I think the critical mass to look at, essentially, at the end of the day, like, again, I'm going to reference Eve just because of the financial and the PvP aspect of it. And again, Preston's, I never played. But in the very beginning of the game, when it launched, there probably wasn't war, because everyone was out in space trying to get their XP. They didn't have these massive motherships and stuff like that because it hadn't been built yet. And so at this point, it's the scalability of the accentuation of how you level up your character, level up your tiles. Just because you don't have money now doesn't mean that you can't run random encounters and quests and do actions to slowly build up that system. And if that system is time related to how I believe Jacob wants us to be a 4-year process to get up to those maximum positions, well, that takes time, effort, and more or less the in-game experience to evolve outside of just financial experience. The first thing I told Colt on the first stream is we should change it from play to earn to play and earn, because there's a fundamental difference between just using the to and at the exact same time. Because if you play to earn, you're paying to earn. Whereas you play and earn, you experience something and earn. So those stack as a fundamental development of the experience that you're getting. So in this the game's still very, very early. And even like referencing Eve again, did not play, but the economy of war and the XP and the cash and the in-game inflation that happened didn't happen overnight. What the damn game went for 8 years, 10 years? Superman, when did it start? Like 2012?
Yeah, something like that. I was there at the beginning. It was the amount of players was massive, over 130, 150,000 players eventually. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, but
and before war, you had campers. Campers led the war.
Interrupt quickly. Jacob was saying that there was HQ positioning issues, but they've fixed all those now and they're redeploying. So
yeah, it's redeploying it now. Yeah.
Sweet.
And what we have here, this protocol is developing a social validation layer, not just for Pulse Chain and BNB, but for as a prototype for blockchain for crypto protocols, because the economy and the ecology, all of this, the showing the proof of concept of being able to put these smart contracts, these concepts together. What Kool-Aid said earlier, this isn't crypto. This is a tabletop game that you have to know crypto. You have to understand crypto in order to just be qualified to play, to come to the table. Understanding crypto is the table stakes to get in the door, to create a character. And then once you're here, to get into a family. And then hopefully you find people that will guide you into a system or an ecosystem to where you can learn all of the mechanics that are available to you in crypto, whether it's staking and yield, whether it's whether it's gambling, and that could be on a roulette table, or that could be gambling with your player character's life and assets by making a risky move, whatever that may mean. It could be a raid, it could be going after another player, it could be being a power play. So this is a tabletop game, literally like Dungeons and Dragons. It has a set of rules that it's an unbinded world with a set of rules that binds it so that you can come in and then create whatever your story is, whatever your path is going to be. It's a lot more than just crypto. And being in here, even as somebody who is aware of crypto, it gives you the opportunity to get out of your echo chamber and to be exposed to other people's ideas and implementations of crypto, to other families, to other organizations, to competing or conflicting playgrounds for people to come together on the battlefield of ideas, and to, within the metaverse, literally, have a material conflict in the ethers, to where there's a measurement and it's decided on the blockchain, a little bit of RNG plus whatever else is in the mix of who the winner of that conflict is. That's, you piss someone off bad enough and they decide to kill you. Maybe that's the idea of running your mouth a certain way is not as safe as you assumed it was before you lost $20,000 or $50,000 in assets by gaining that experience, paying the price to gain that experience. But the social validation layer is what I want to circle back to. The vault, so the map, the metaverse, that's the mechanics that we get to come together. We get to incentivize what behaviors people do in order to qualify for the payouts. And there's payouts within the game system. So there's payouts with in-game cash. There's payouts if you're going after Mafia. There's payouts if you're looking to develop prestige, or your business owner or land tiles or defense structure a certain way. So there's a tower defense element to it. And there's payouts within the vault base chain layer yield payout. So everybody understands physical validator nodes. But if you have somebody who's a tech nerd and they want to go set up a bunch of server rooms, they can get Pulse, yield all day long, set up as many servers as their heart desires. But if you got a friend who's a social butterfly who likes to, or who's a gamer, you can introduce them to this protocol and they can be earning Pulse yield or BNB yield, or eventually Base or Solana or wherever else we go, by doing whatever it is that we are incentivizing as a community through the mechanics and the structures of the economy and the ecology of this protocol. Because at the end of the day, if you are a top-ranked player in a top-ranked family, you're qualifying for a vault payout, I mean, that you're getting that in, like right now. Me and Kool-Aid and Superman, and I don't know what the BNB side is, but I think we've all got like 25 million Pulse per week is our current payouts, somewhere in that range.
Something in that area. Yep.
So you guys that's even with the recent price fluctuations, that's $7,500 to $10,000 a month that you're looking at for playing a game, for being involved in a protocol. And that's that's not going to be everybody, but that is, again, at the top of the charts, the top players, the top families, the base, and the base of the game. That vault payout, that social validation that we're able to come in here and to incentivize how people interact on the blockchain with each other in real life. As a matter of fact, my birthday stream, I'll be bold enough to throw out there as another testament to this idea. It's my activity within this community is part of the reason that I was able to be effective at getting people to engage with each other in a slightly different way. And part of that is, the way that my verbal skills and whatever too. But trust me, there are people that wouldn't have been as nice to other people or wouldn't have been as open to my words or influence, especially after I, reflectively trolled them the way that they trolled me upon my entry as a part of my own security protocol figuring out. But you have the opportunity here to claim your stake, to build your name, to protect what it is that you care about. Honestly, this gives you the chance to decide what you value beyond, because most people are just thrown into the conditioned rat race default program that everybody's thrown into, and they don't get the time to stop and think about what they actually value. They assume they're measuring the value of their life based off of being able to trade their time for a certain amount of money. And they've devalued their own time based off of what they think is reasonable that they can earn per hour or per day or per month. Because, who would want to pay somebody $10,000 a day? That doesn't seem reasonable based off of regular market conditions. But if there's opportunities where you could come into this game and you could do things to where you're creating something that's of $10,000 worth of value, whether it's creating for TikTok channels or YouTube channels. We're going to have, with the map, we're going to have visual components for you to be creative and create whatever stories you want. You have the interpersonal drama that is inherently baked into this. You can pull it from the Telegram rooms. You can stir the pot or be a part of it in, or scout it out however you want in on the streams or in the game whenever those communication channels and stuff are open as well. And then there's you can make music videos. There's copyright free material for, if you're not a music creator, you can use music that's been created by other people for gaming music videos. Or if you want to make music that is specific to your family or to this game as a part of your contribution and your creative effort, you could do that once, and maybe it's not $10,000 a day, but you put an hour into it and it pays you $10,000 for the rest of your life. That's one way to make $10,000 an hour. If you do one of those a week for 2 years, you've got 100 of them out there. I'm using an example of somebody that I know where he did something like this. But anyways,
how much money is he making
right now? So I'm going to throw out. This dude is well past that stuff. But yep.
Well, hey, I know that the chat was asking some questions here, and chat, in case you haven't seen it, Jacob announced 10 minutes ago that there was something going on with headquarter position errors, and he redeployed 10 minutes ago. So we're right on the precipice of it.
All this is fair. This is totally fair.
Yeah.
But and he literally just posted this, like he said, BNB map going live anytime now.
Yeah, he's just waiting for the deployment on it, I'm sure. But
but
something that I thought was really interesting, Moondog, is, do you notice who some of the largest players are in this game? It's not just people that made some money on crypto. It's people that are successful business owners, right? I've owned businesses, a couple of them that are successful. You have. We've got a game developer down here. Bob Tilla was a physician for 30 years. There's people that know a good thing when they see it, right? I wouldn't have invested all this money that I have if I didn't think that there was a chance in hell. There's a really good chance that this thing will explode. And I want to be on the ground floor. So
this is the first GameFi I've ever touched, to be fair. And because I am kind of cynical about people thinking that games are easy or you have a good idea. I'm like, you have no idea what the follow through is to get it out the door or what the sacrifice you're going to have to put in to get in. But the feasible part of this is that this will succeed. It's an action item of set mechanics. It's a very, very, very complex but scaled down 3D game. And that makes it so much more interesting because you've redacted all the rest of that shit. Now, what happens when everyone has fiber in 2 years, or transactions per second go up, or all the rest of that? You can scale this. Everything is scalable. The one thing that's kind of interesting, I wanted to interject earlier, but Moon was talking, is that when you talk about Base or Solana or all the rest of that, and we have interconnected family wars, what if you're earning and taking the yield or the inflation from a different chain and bringing it onto your chain? Because now you're dealing with a lower noded substrate of what is in-game currency, and then what is in-game currency balanced in between two different areas. So what if the inflation, let's just give it a ripe one, doesn't exist on Base, was better than where it is on BNB Mafia? You go raid Base and take their assets, but war actually creates the reason for things to be burned. Because remember, when you die, you lose all of your in-game items. They only get your cash, and if you have a business. I think it's changed so many times, but that's why I'm not going to go with speculation on what will happen till ship, right? Until you get through certification and ship, anything can change. Early access is a privilege. But as the entity scales onto three different chains, and once you have that interoperability to fight, to do war, also between that, now you've got that economic growth and weight in between the native token of what they're on, right? So whether it's BNB, Base, Solana, and then the in-game ecology of what actually exists within that region. So those binding together is another view frustrum that allows some very interesting projections on where you can go in the future.
Yeah, I think there's going to be an amazing growth potential once this map goes live and people have that three-dimensional space that they can go to visually see their bags growing, so to speak. I think that's going to be the aha moment for a lot of people. There's a fair amount of people in now that are investing money and they're excited, but when they have that actual map, that's going to...
It gives them something to do. And that's the whole thing. That's like what Moon was talking about earlier, and I've said a whole bunch of times. There's not a lot to do in crypto except to refresh your portfolio. Once you actually have something to do, experience, if you could watch a movie in crypto and get paid, or in crypto land and get paid in crypto, you'd watch movies. Would you care if your portfolio went up or down? Like, no, I'm being entertained. When you get paid to be entertained, you have perfect market fit, not product market fit. And those type of things need to be understood on where we are just on the base layer, right? This is again, like the GameFi is very fledgling in what people are trying to do. And I think a lot of it is silly because I don't think a lot of it is very unique. Now, there's nothing wrong with trying. Everyone should try. But I think this is very unique, and the opportunities, that come with it are very substantial into what we'll see in the future.
Yeah, because even better than getting paid to watch a movie, if you get paid to be a part of the movie, to create the movie,
that's story
play in the movie.
That's what I want to fucking build in the next tier of GameFi.
Yeah.
Is the next level up is StoryFi, and how you engage with those things. What does your wrapped NFT experience actually contain? What is the coffin of that experience of that particular character, that wallet? Where did it go? Could that be bought, sold, trade, wrapped? All sorts of things you can do. Like, there's so many things in the future. Now, remember, it all is scalable, just like Hex native stakes aren't transferable. But after an HSI became available and you can actually tokenize that type of process, now you have so much more fundamental use cases to be built upon those different parameters.
Something that I was actually a part of that I saw as well. I can't even remember the name of this, but there was a metaverse area and it was just a square block, and every 5 minutes you could go in and change a color of this square block, and it was free, right? And I think there was like 10,000 of these little square blocks, and you could go in and make the symbol of your cryptocurrency on this block. And I wish I could remember the name of it. The communities got together and they just sat in front of their computers for weeks and weeks, changing one square block every 10 minutes.
Sure.
So that, there was BNB chain got up there, and then there was all these metaverses, and but that's what excites you. Nobody had that camaraderie or had that mentality of a team until they had that visual aspect of it, and then the communities all came together to fight each other. And I think that's where the excitement is for me on this, is you're going to get that same type of excitement, especially if you're earning money doing it now.
Sure.
Right?
So I built a metaverse back in 2013. Oh, the name of that game was called Pimp, by the way. Hookers and Blow. The name of the game was called Pimp. So not gangster shit. It's fucking pimp shit. Got to keep your pimp hand strong. So on the same time I was working on that project, I was lead artist on Marquee World, which was a metaverse in Unreal. And this is an Unreal 3 UDK day. This is a long fucking time ago. And it was real concerts in real time. So we basically had Los Angeles. And, you could go into the Roxy, watch No Doubt play. And I green screen composited everything, so it actually felt like you're watching a concert. You can go into the real Playhouse. The Griffith Observatory was the music store. All sorts of different things. Now, it was just too early to get those experiences in and all the rest of that. But that's the didactic way that you want to actually experience all these things, and that creates excitement. Now, going back to everyone pushing the coin around in games, they call it TTP, time to penis. And it's how long can you give someone the ability? No, it's a fucking thing. It's a fucking thing. But
you can't put your shovel in the game. Why? The characters are going to make a penis out of it. What's the time to penis?
No. And what was the series that you showed me with that? Oh
man, I'm brain.
No, it's okay.
Right
but Viva La Dirt just actually did another one that they're actually doing that same office mentality where they're creating a game, but it's their game that they've been starring in for all of them. It's kind of clever. But now TTP, time to penis.
Mythic Quest.
There you go. So yeah, Viva La Dirt's actually doing a Mythic Quest-esque on top of their old fantasy series. It's very clever. But anyway, TTP is when do you give people the engagement to do something brash that's funny and that engages people. Things that community building like Gorilla Tag, for example, is extremely interesting to watch what kids build and grow and do together. Now, Mafia is a much more refined and advanced adult version of that, right? But it all still comes down to basic human nature and what we do with those things.
Jacob just said, I asked him how it's looking in the chat, and he said 10 minutes.
I mean, so
perfect.
Like when I'm doing builds, right? Even just to put something on my quest to test something out, a build will fail. And it could fail for any number of reasons. It's not like the code's wrong or anything like that. It's just something is quirked. But that has to cook for another hour to go back through and then redeploy. And then something else, because you're going down a list of all these things just to make sure they all gel together just into the servers. Because what you do something when you're on a localized version of like the editor, right? If I'm an Unreal editor, I would have the whole editor, right? But if I'm doing a build, I would have condensed all that into an APK and then push that. And so I'm taking all these different parameters. Hey, there's my boy. Oi, oi. I love the squirrel. He is one of my dearest, oldest friends, and he is a flowchart master. He even crossed the streams one day, and I was very proud. Yeah, all this stuff is really dope. But when you're worrying about build deployment, it's just chill, relax. This is the easy part. This is what we call cert and ship it.
Yeah, I think we've got people in the chat here who are absolutely gasping out. I can see Warasinga. I think Warasinga. What's your in-game name, Warasinga, out there? Because I know that you were opening a lot of stuff and selling it all on the marketplace. I remember you were selling a bunch of stuff on the marketplace, and I think you were saying that might be your strategy for these land tiles as well coming up.
Well, it's a good strategy. I mean, it earns fees for the game too. So
yeah,
if people want to come in and buy land tiles, put them on the market and earn fees, that just adds more liquidity to the game. Hell yeah, go ahead.
What are your guys' thoughts on the new launch phase that we have, the marketing DAO?
So I was just, firstly, I was thinking how to jest about to the voice of the Godfather that snitches get stitches. Don't be calling out War Songa, putting target on his back. He might be, there's some people who don't like that activity. He might be trying to hide in the shadows. No, I don't know. But that related to your question actually made me think about something more substantive, which is the marketing DAO. That's a great tool, which I kind of mentioned in the comments, where one potential use of it, guys, is the influencers who are FU pay me. We could put together the money so that they get paid to get set up in a family, whatever. And then, if they're worth keeping around in the game, cool, especially if their follower count, the network effect, et cetera, is a net positive there. But if they're a, less valuable player, if they were just, taking the money from the marketing DAO and then not really being invested in the game, this is the exact type of protocol to where a team could be, a hit team could be set up, or a recovery team could be set up to go in and get that marketing DAO money back to be recycled back into the marketing DAO to then get more engagement with another FU pay me influencer, while the other one is still giving us engagement because they got made an example of. So that's a great positive feedback loop that we could organize around if we utilized it. And that's just one example.
Dude, I was thinking about this the other day, exactly the same thing. Get somebody that's an actual influencer, say, hey, we're going to create you a character. We're going to give you this, this, and this. And then if they just blow it off, that's right. Everybody go in, take it all back, push it out. And then he or she's going to make another video. It's like, these fuckers killed me. Yep.
Yep. Or they don't. Either way. And if they didn't, then fine, great. We were vindicated and validated in doing it because they weren't worth our time investing in them in the first place. And if they do make the video, great. We were vindicated and validated in doing it because now we got further engagement, which was our mission in the first place. Heads I win, tails I win. Those are great systems.
You know what I'd like to do? Let's go get BitBoy and make him a character just so I can go in and kill his character.
I think he will definitely have a target on his back.
Oh my God. Yeah. He fell off the face of the earth, didn't he?
Yeah, he kind of disappeared. That's it. He was promoting Pulse and everything. And then, no, I don't know, maybe his boxing career took over.
Yeah, he did the boxing match, and then he, all of the personal stuff hit him to where I think he realized he needed to pay more attention to that and step out of the limelight a little bit. It's just my estimation based off of me dealing with a lot of personal stuff, knowing what it takes, and just seeing, where his journey, the little bit. He's actually the reason that I found Richard Hart, funnily enough, because Richard Hart was on Around the Block whenever I circled back. COVID happened. I put blockchain on the back because I was waiting for Ethereum to develop some other things. COVID happened, so I had some time for my real estate deals just to pop back in. I was watching Around the Block, or Around the Chain, Around the Blockchain, whatever it was, and they had Richard Hart on, and I could tell, even though Altcoin and BitBoy's business partner was treating Richard very grossly, I was like, all right, whatever. I'm a big boy. Let me go to this dude's channel and see what he has to say when he's not being treated, that way for myself. And I got sucked into Richard Hart world right before. I wasn't a day one Hexakin. I was putting $2 million into a escrow account for a $10 million line of credit for this package of 70 properties that we had bought, because originally we were going to rehab it on the 2 million budget. But our incoming president during his former administration did this thing called an opportunity zone fund, which for you real estate guys, or anybody who's aware of the tax code, the US tax code, there's this thing called a step up in basis, which a lot of the things that they sell you about tax tricks is actually tax deference, even depreciation. There's depreciation recapture, 1031 exchange, that's great if you're doing it to where you're living off the cash flow. But if you ever do want to tap into those capital gains, that you're just deferring those capital gains. However, if you get a step up in basis, you can actually wipe off all those capital gains. The thing is, before opportunity zone funds, you used to have to die to get it. And then your estate could basically wipe out all of the deferred capital gains tax and other things that you had done and reset at value. Opportunity Zone Fund, you can actually get a step up in basis within a 10-year period. So that's just exponentially powerful for somebody who was already looking at what you could do in real estate. And then anyways, so when Hex was launched, I was putting $2 million into an escrow fund so that we could get the $10 million line of credit to do the rehab that would be necessary to qualify those 70 properties for an Opportunity Zone Fund. 4 years later, over 4 years later, they still haven't performed. And I'm busy trying to track down where our $2 million is while baby mama got bored and thought it'd be the perfect opportunity to distract me in other ways. So that's some fun other real life shenanigans going on alongside all of this. But what was I getting onto about before I started talking about step up in basis Opportunity Zone Fund? What was leading into that? Somebody remind me, because I had a point. Anybody? Oh, well.
I don't know. I'm out in the weeds over here.
Well, long story short, and I'll be able to elaborate on this more as I get the Leadership Academy set up. Oh, it was talking about BitBoy and him just kind of disappearing, being off. He's probably, he's rebuilding, I would anticipate, because whatever. But somebody on Pulse Chain, on the Pulse side, I believe, made a character named BitBoy. I believe I've seen that in the player list. So his memory is still around, regardless. I think now I remember that I was talking about, regardless of his whatever's going on, at least thank you to him for giving me the opportunity to meet Richard Hart whenever I did, because it was his stream where I saw Richard Hart. I got into Hex. I wasn't a day one. I was doing the other stuff. And I think about all the time, if, that $2 million that's missing, if I had been a day one Hexagon instead and been focused on this instead of coming in basically right before the run-ups and time to sacrifice for both of the, Pulse Chain and Pulse X, and then wait 2 weeks like everyone else. But I am so glad for all of everything that I've gained during that time, regardless, even though I fantasize about the opportunity cost of what it could have, should have. I mean, obviously I didn't have the information I needed to make those decisions December 19th or December. Well, what's Hex's birthday? December 19th of 2019, something like that.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, now for whatever reason, all of us have come into this ecosystem to where we're able to get a heads up and be in pre-launch for games like this, which Hex is great. I saw because I know the time value of money. I saw the applicability of that set apart from all of the other, just whatever narratives in crypto at the time, it being a potential, unique applicability above and beyond, even though it's going to take time for people to catch on and realize that. But what Jacob's doing here, it has so many components to it that, again, there's the social validation layer, there's the GameFi aspect to it, there's so SocialFi is inherent in the social validation layer. There's what he's doing with the cross-chain interplay, which is going to be a part of, cross-chain bonding. And even if it's not parity, if things start getting bonded to a ratio or to a range, start getting bonded to a range, then you're going to have people that start noticing that range, and then the range is going to get tighter. And then, so there's a lot of, and then we have Signum Oracle coming out soon. We got Stu and his team. We got Red Squirrel in the chat here. He's, I know he's been tracking a lot of stuff that Stu and his team have been doing. Once Signum comes out, all of the Pateus and all of the other like automated algorithmic stuff and rebalancing for the base chain layer. So we got the game rebalancing that's going to be, we're going to have more opportunity to do as the map rolls out and we have more actions there. But then Pulse Chain, the whole community is going to have more opportunities to start being more efficient as well with the infrastructure we have coming out. I'm just killing time, guys. Well,
no, that's all right, man. Elon Jamuski, so what are your thoughts on Pulse? What are your thoughts on Pulse Chain? Because not just talking about Pulse Mafia, obviously, but do you have any exposure on Pulse Chain at all?
I don't. I really don't. I've been mainly Ethereum, some Polygon. BNB is a big one for me. Like Rich, we were talking about Richie earlier. He built an NFT called the SCC, the Shitcoin Club, right? I was the first investor in that, and I've invested $30,000 into his NFTs to help him take that off. But that is one of my residual incomes. I earn $1,000 a month from that, so that's paid it back. But I just haven't gotten into Pulse Chain. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm an idiot. But
premium opportunity. Right?
I know. I should have day one.
Actually, you should have done it about
2 days ago.
6 months, yeah, 6 months ago.
2 days ago. It's already recovered quite a bit.
Yeah. I didn't even hear that something happened to Richard Hart until today.
Oh, it's old news.
Yeah, well, on top of that, it's just
recycled old news.
Yeah. And that's the problem with like the dead internet theory going forward, is that how much shit is just bots or recycled nonsense or just
hey, you said it's live.
You said it's live. I am clicking all the buttons.
Remember, Shift F5 to do a hard refresh.
Yeah.
You're probably doing BNB first and then Pulse.
Well, I was just checking on the BNB.
It's what, Control R for a laptop, right?
Well, that would be a Mac that you're on then.
Oh, it's not refreshing for me.
No, we got nothing. Not yet.
Totally fine.
Yeah, he said the BNB map is live.
Well, it may be deployed, right? So.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But
oh, no worries. Take your time. Right now, everyone's typing away. So BNB Mafia.io, site maintenance still in projective, hard refresh. Nope. Yeah. Soon. I just want to
maybe he was saying live. Maybe it's a pronunciation thing. He's telling us all to live. Be alive, guys. Live while you can.
Oh, did I miss your striptease yet, KvltDeFi? Or is that coming with
yes, yeah, you did. Yeah, you missed all that, man. You missed
all right. Well, hey, that's okay. I can make you a virtual one, and then it's all downhill from there.
That was some premium wood that you picked out of all the wood that you've been working with the past few days to showcase on your striptease there, Mr. Colt.
That's right.
I'll tell you what, man. Honestly, you don't even want to know how many tons of wood I was getting through. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I think we had a call when you're actually chopping the wood or something like that. And I'm just like, you're kidding me. Like, nope. I actually chop wood every day for heat.
I've got about a dozen trees that have fallen up at my dad's property that I need to get to since he passed a couple of months ago, and I went up there. There's been a couple of storms, and he was staying in Missouri for healthcare and stuff even before then. So a couple of trees had fallen, and last time I went, I counted it was about 8 to 12 at least. I gotta get those cleaned up because the neighbors are not gonna be happy about the grass getting high and snakes coming in and all of that stuff. So, but I'll have plenty of wood to whether for firewood or to make. I've got a lathe that I want to get. It's a little mini lathe, but I got a little lathe and a bunch of woodworking tools just to try my own hand at.
That's how you smuggle the drugs. You put it in the wood.
All right, refresh. Ooh.
No, I got nothing yet.
I am going
We're all over on
numbers out really quickly and grab a breath myself. I will be back shortly, guys.
All right, brother.
Yeah, we're all over on the Telegram channel sending gifts about being confused.
Here's the game. You're all dead. Everyone's dead.
But Elon Jamuski, you should really have a look over at over on Pulse Chain, man. Like we're kind of like a Pulse Chain orientated team, I guess, if you want to say that. It's kind of where we sort of cut our teeth, and we're all big Richard Hart fans, and Hexaco and all the rest.
I think the real difference between it is just it's more decentralized and community focused over on Pulse Chain. I mean, I have the glitz and glimmer of BNB due to Binance's, economic wealth and corporatism and all the rest of that stuff. But there's nothing wrong with that. But the Pulse Chain facet is, a lot of the people that are developers, people in the community, and all the rest of it, they all know each other, and they have known each other for this entire 4-year cycle of where we came from. And it has a different dynamic when you're engaging with people in the community and on that chain. Like I remember, Binance being $5 way back in the day, but I didn't know anyone over there, right? So like when Pulse gets to a astronomical amount, at that point, I've also known those people for 5, 10, a longevity of time. And as we deploy those things, that's what engagement really is about, as you know from your TikTok channel.
Okay, this is a little issue, so it's
sorry. Last second issue getting fixed now.
No. This is very, very normal. I mean, kudos to Jacob and the team how quickly they put this together. Like I think people got frustrated that it wasn't immediately deployed and they got some Flappy Bird type situation. This is complex and it's very achievable, and it's still going to come to the same hurdles and hiccups of building something that is complex and just deploying a server to get everything up together. Remember that deploying the server is also the interaction with how much Mafia you have stake. Do you have a premium account? Do you have this? Do you have that? What does that entail to with different systems within the experience? Because even the amount of character credit regulates how much your profile can engage with the actual, port of the game itself. Otherwise, it'd be like, slow down, gangster, push it a little too hard. So even that's kind of interesting from a user experience side, that you have to be invested in at least what you want out of the experience or be regulated to having commercials. So all of those are form factors.
Yeah, I mean, I've created some basic crypto coins, and it's unreal the shit that can go wrong.
Right.
And then something like this, I mean, he's not just handwriting notes on a piece of paper and scanning it into the hard drive, guys.
Or a vanilla deployer, right? Well, I mean, everyone has asked me to make games over the years. I've been doing game dev now for almost 18. And the answer I have always is no. I'm like, you don't have the team, the support, and I don't have the brain hamsters to toe the line. So it comes with what you want out of that longevity. But if you want something that's much more in-depth than, let's say, Axie Infinity or Illuvium or something like that, this is a very achievable way to get it, and then it can scale on top of that. So live service is what we will be in the future, and we just have to be prepared for it, because early access is where we are now. It's just getting access to the game. But this game is a live service game, which is different because it will scale based on different parameters that go in.
But yeah, to get back on what you were asking me about Pulse, I see what you're doing. You just want me to double my position and go over on Pulse. I see what's up. I'm catching.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I was going to say go and have a look at Hex.
Actually, Hex is the GOAT of all when it comes to him, because different variations of the time lock model have existed, and they've tried to push the mechanics in different places and all the rest of that. Like again, Titan X is a very interesting model. You can have cake and you can have pie, right? They don't have to all be one dessert, but the infrastructure and the ideas and the essence of what Hex is very phenomenal to understand, but no matter what you are doing. So if you haven't really dived into the subcomponents of the system, it is robustly complex. Now, the thing is that speculators are going to speculate. If you could, let's say, and here's the thing about building on any of RH's products themselves, you never know what the OA is going to do. The OA could theoretically do anything it wants, but would it do that? It's a very different question. But if you built something into this kind of engagement that uses that, you have the level up on that whole situation on what just the earning of the yield does through Hex. With Mafia, you got the in-game, again, the yield of the game itself and the appreciation token. Two different aspects, whereas with just Hex, it's just the stakers, people that press the EES button, and the time lock. Those are the three stop roads that you can deal with. There's the three doors that you can open. and how do you rate yourself through those doors. But yeah, definitely, I would highly look at Hex because the longevity
and there's
of
a unique opportunity right now as far as the Hex ecosystem, because a lot of the people that are involved in Hex do not understand Hex, especially since the sacrifices. It got even more disproportionately tilted towards people that were chasing a misinformed goal versus understanding again the buttons that they're pushing and the root mechanics. So there's a lot of latent potential there for people who are willing to look into it and to execute it.
Also, don't stake natively, especially on Ethereum, because you can take an Ethereum-based hex stake, where everyone's complaining about the gas, and yes, it is high, but you can wrap it as an HSI and then bridge that over to Pulse Chain and do whatever the fuck you want with it. You can build mechanics on the yield-based T-share engine from Ethereum and utilize that as a mechanic throughput on Pulse Chain. 100%. All you got to do is have competent devs to pull this off.
You just mentioned, first of all, you just said do it natively, but then you mentioned wrapping it into an HSI to move it, because here's the advantages that I give people when they're talking about, when they're looking at either doing it natively or doing it as an encapsulated HSI, is if you do it natively, you're going to get the communist bonus as well, which is a tokenized T-share, which is a mechanic that's going to play out later. Axis is doing some stuff with a rebate program, but there's even more potential later once the T-share rate ratchets up and people understand that, where that's going to be potentially more applicable as a tokenized asset. But having it encapsulated gives you the other
Edron and Acosta.
The other
Hedron,
which you can still so what were you talking about, being able to stake it natively and then encapsulate it and move it across the bridge?
No,
it sounded like you were talking about a
I said never stake like that. I said never stake it natively, because if it's a
never stake it natively. Okay.
Yeah, because if you stake it natively, you're stuck. Like, you can't move it to any other things. You can't. An NFT is just wrapping code in a wrapper. That's all it is. When you put in a picture on it, that's just putting a sticky note on top of the wrapper of the utility of the smart contract. So by natively locking something up that doesn't have any modal or model opportunity to evolve, you're not going to have any opportunity to do anything in the future. Just like a payphone to a pager to a cell phone to now Starlink. If you're stuck in pager payphone mode, and there's nothing wrong with being there, you have a 401k. Theoretically, in the real world, we'd have Social Security, which doesn't exist anymore. But at the end of the day, you do lock those assets for long-term future gain as long as you show up to receive them. But if you have a wrapped asset, that wrapped asset now is expandable. And so it builds nodes that allow you to extend it further.
You know, a chain, a coin or a chain that I'm really interested in right now is Sui.
So I'm doing the same thing with Hyperliquid.
I have a lot of Sui token, and it seems like that's just growing exponentially. I mean, I bought a ton of that when it was 20 cents. And, you know, last I looked, it was at $4.30. I mean, I foresee that going $15-20 easy. Mm-hmm. Especially with the new administration coming in that's pro crypto, you know.
Well, they have to. So, like, here's the difference. The way, like, crypto is the counter to AI. The genie's already out of the bottle in AI, whether that's imaging, as video, whether that's deep fakes, whether that's the dead internet theory, which is mostly everything run by bots. OpenAI says that they have generative AI now. The only way to counter is proof of being human, which is done through crypto. You can prove that this is my post, air quote, a blue check mark, but that's different than just having a blue check mark with the tandem history of everything that it's ever touched and that tandem history of everything it's ever touched. So now that the genie's out of the bottle with AI, if the United States doesn't move forward with embracing not crypto as a spot payment for fucking inflated money and fiat, you have to look at the technology layer that it counterbalances. You know, it's like your food groups. You have to have different food groups to balance everything out, or just like a seesaw. it counterweights. But interoperability on the blockchain is the counter to AI. And if the US does not embrace it, we are in a lot of fucking trouble. And whether you like the next administration or not, it's irregardless that let's call them elderly people that don't understand tech, because a spaceship was put up to the moon when they were being born, doesn't understand the tactility of everything now being generated on your phone and a living world. I mean, hell, look at what's going to be coming with quantum shit. What was it? Willow? I think. Was it Google's that did Willow? One of them. There's just so much shit to look at these days. It's hard to actually keep track of everything. That's one of the more frustrating things about crypto is there's so much to look at that it's like you need assistants or like 10 full-time jobs to do it. But with generative AI and quantum combined, how the fuck are you going to use archaic law-based systems from the 30s to handle it? You can't. So
I'm so glad you circled there, because an addendum that is worth elaborating on as another component to the dead internet theory is not only so you mentioned the Brandolini's principle, asymmetric principle, is that it takes an exponential amount of energy to fight bullshit than it does to create it. So that's the bloat of all of the bots and the bullshit being harder to find. If you want to hide a needle in a haystack, just create more haystacks. So that it's how they're hiding the truth a lot of times is not disappearing the truth. It's just creating a bunch of noise to make it harder to find the signal.
Correct.
But the other half of it, beyond the bloat, is them actually hiding the fucking needles. So the link rot, for example, the number of Supreme Court cases and case law that you cannot find because those links are dead. They don't exist. Matter of fact, let's get even more prescient. The Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine, was just DDoS attacked, and all of the information from 2019 to 2023 was scrubbed. That's like a building 7 freaking event for the digital universe. Like, I'm like this stuff. So when you mentioned that crypto is a buffering against some of these AI attacks, I think of Isaac Asimov foundational level integration, to where if there's knowledge that we want to preserve, one of the only tools that we may have to preserve it against people who want to either flood it away from consciousness or literally purge it and burn it from consciousness are some of these cryptographic technologies that we have to encrypt and in a way to where they would literally, the network that they would have to take down, the amount of effort would be so disproportionately hard for them to do that we can have a better chance at preserving some of these treasures. So
I had a friend from my Burning Man camp that does zero proof energy. And if you've ever heard anything about that stuff, it doesn't end well for people that deal with zero proof
disappear.
Energy. They disappear, right? But and it's when they start getting into the patent place that they have those problems. But what if you can patent something and universally archive it in crypto? And so at that point, the patent and the ability for free use of that patent can be immortalized.
Yeah. At least the person who dies, at least the technology gets out there. Someone's still going to die for it happening, but at least the technology gets out there and gets to be used so that
there's an anonymous way that you can do that too. Just like, WikiLeaks, all the rest of that. Yes, Snowden had to run, but like that set that first substrate that this is important to actually immortalize the information out there. And so again, like,
there's stuff like non-pneumatic tires, tires that don't use air that have been eternally shelved due to patent laws and because it's not in the best corporate interest of people who already have stranglehold. Just like, Tesla 369, Deng Fine. He did a lot of cool things, but he had this idea for universal electricity, kind of like we have Wi-Fi. The problem is his financiers had a conglomerate on copper wire and they were literally setting up all the telegram infrastructure at that time that you're not. Anyways, the same dude who was supposed to be on the Titanic but missed it, either because he was with his mistress checking out his art collection or whatever, but Titanic blew up. He got an insurance payout. And all the people that were against the Federal Reserve the 3 biggest billionaires that happened to be against the Federal Reserve to keep it happened to be on the Titanic whenever it crashed. And like 6 months later, we had a national bank back in the US, a centralized bank after Andrew Jackson I tell my kids, every time I hand them a $20 bill, so they know, hey, tell me Snapple fact about Andrew Jackson. He punched a central banker in the face in front of the Capitol steps so that we wouldn't have a central bank in the United States. We fought a literal second whole war that gets forget about and scrubbed because, of course, since it's central bankers got what they wanted after the Civil War and then integrated and caused World War I and World War II or helped facilitate it. Anyways, Creature from Jekyll Island is a book for anyone who wants to read this in a story fashion. It's actually really interesting and engaging the way that it's written. But this is true history facts about our world. This is real life, y'all. Anyways, but I think I was talking about the technologies and so us fighting against these corruptions and these suppressions of technologies that would be beneficial if they were brought into mass awareness. Even beyond the stuff
it's inevitable.
We have $50 billion a year that is spent in taxpayer money at national research, national labs, that this research is available to the public. So if you want to have a corporation to set up and commercialize the products from these labs, you are available to do that because this is public domain information. And there's information, there's like Kleenexes sitting at these labs where depending on, you sneeze, you cough on it, and depending on the color changes, it'll tell you if it's bacterial or viral. That way you don't have to take half a day off work, go to the doctor, figure out if it's an ear infection, get some antibiotics, or if it's just going to pass. You could cough on a Kleenex. But these products, there's a X-ray machine that runs off of Scotch tape, and it's not commercially available. Even though you've had great minds come up with this that have invented it, that showed its efficacy, we've paid for it. The taxpayers have paid for it, but it takes different minds. It takes marketing minds to bring those ideas to market. So there's a lot of cool stuff that's out there waiting for human hands to go pick up and execute and use it to solve the problems that we face. And what's going to be increasingly valuable in the world moving forward, especially with AI, artificial information, artificial intelligence, rote memorization, all of that stuff. When you're going against generative technology, that's being able to rote memorization is not as valuable because of the instant accessibility. Now it may gain a little bit more value as we go into this bloat of artificial information, because knowing what's real versus what's a hallucination or a creative aspect could have some value brought back into it. But what's going to be the most valuable in the landscape that we're moving forward, what you guys want to be setting your kids up for, is revving their curiosity cycle and teaching them how to understand their learning cycle and looking at ideas and being able to put different ideas together in unique ways. It's not necessarily creating something from the ground up. There's a lot of people that won't do something because they get imposter syndrome and they feel like, oh, I'm plagiarizing this or that or that. There's nothing new under the sun. You learned everything that you learned from somewhere. Even, the divine inspiration came from something. So my point is just whenever you come into in your own psyche or, the people that you're influencing, whenever they're encountering that resistance of not picking up an idea and running with it, give them just maybe prod them with the extra fuel of, okay, how do you take this idea and connect it to another idea? You don't necessarily have to come with something like building blocks from the ground up and reinvent the wheel. If you do reinvent the wheel, you'll just get sued by Goodyear, and that technology will sit on shelves so literally non-pneumatic tires, talked about it earlier. But if you have the skill set of being able to look at systems, look at different things and be like, oh, if I brought these together in this way, it could solve this problem that everybody has. And then you can take that and start approaching people and showing them how they can solve the problems in their life. You're bringing value to them. That's what we're all here to do. That's the meta game that we're all playing. I spun and tangent a little bit, so I'm going to rev out and let somebody else jump in.
Well, I'll just break it down then. I'll look into Hex.
Break it down. Nice.
Yeah, if you'd ever like
to Hex.com.
Yeah,
place to start.
Well, and good place to start. Would ever want to reach out to me? I mean, I'm a systemic designer in the gaming industry, so
a great place to start would be to join Superman's channel, Hex Token.
There you go.
Because he covers Hex literally 5 days a week.
Yep.
Everything you need to know. One-stop shop.
Definitely take
like a heartbeat.
I will offer again though, take everything that you hear with a grain of salt, unless it is some of the earlier, foundational stuff of people teaching the mechanics. Because a lot of people have jumped on the Hex bandwagon again for various reasons. So their understanding and the value of their information that they're sharing may be more or less valuable. So
well, here's the thing.
Obviously, you're a big boy, but just throwing that out there as an extra caution.
Hex itself as a token is a vanilla meme coin. It gives you the ability to inject it into the T-share system.
The T-share is a real asset.
Understand the T-share system, and then you'll understand the fundamentals of the machine. But Hex itself is a train ticket.
Utility token.
Oh, not a utility token. It's a train ticket.
Utility token to acquire T-shares.
Yes.
Like the only way that you can get T-shares is through Hex. So having Hex isn't the goal.
Get those T-shares.
Using your
Stack
Hex to
those
acquire
T-shares.
T-shares, letting those T-shares work, and then once those T-shares are due, then you get to decide what to do with the new amount of principal plus interest that you have. So that's the game in a nutshell.
Pretty much.
Boom, boom.
Cool. I think we should have about 10 minutes to go, boys. Maybe even sooner.
I was not surprised, and I was not worried.
Yeah, same. I'm going to duck off for literally for about 3 or 4 minutes.
I'm gonna smoke a cigarette as well. So make sure you get that wood.
I'm gonna hop off here, gentlemen. It was good, spending 2.5 hours with y'all, talking about everything under the sun. But super stoked for the game. I'm sure I'll see y'all in there, and we'll get together again. Okay.
Yeah, and feel free to reach out if you ever want to talk about anything from the Hex stuff to system design or mechanics or one into the other. So I'm pretty relatively busy, but I mean, if you figure a way to reach out to me, I check my messages when I can. But yeah, let's chit chat.
If you guys ever see me, my comments in YouTube is the name in there is BR. It's a picture of a 4-wheeler, so that's me. If you see me commenting, I just commented LOL on there. That's my. So, all right, guys. I'll talk to y'all later. It was a pleasure.
Good luck, man.
Godspeed. Good luck, good sir.
All right, so if you go ahead, Colton, take a break, and then I'll go smoke after.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec.
Yep.
Superman, how was your vacation? If he's there. I don't know if he's still there.
He's always hiding. No, there's no Kiwi.
They might be doing family stuff right now, too, I'm sure.
What was he saying? Sorry, yeah.
There you are. There you are.
I'm representing.
I don't want to distract you if you're in the middle of family milieu, but just throwing a line out there to you, ask about how your vacation was in case you wanted to.
Yeah, it was good. I went to largely the east coast of the North Island of New Zealand. So it's a pretty sunny, beachy, sort of historical Kiwi type of trip.
Is that the place where they have the hot springs in the sand?
Yeah, hot springs. Well, there's quite a few of those. There's actually a lot more of those than you think. Like Hot Water Beach is probably the most famous one. Nice. But they're all over the place. Lake Taupo's got, you put your feet in the sand there. You got thermal vents coming down from the hills underneath the ocean, underneath the lake there, which is fresh water, right? So you got lots of this. They're all over the place. You got hot, cold rivers. Where you got a T section, intersection of one river is cold, one river is hot, and it's coming together. You got lots of those, man. That's a pretty cool, pretty fun place. So I didn't do any of those. No, I'm kidding. I didn't do Taupo, but I didn't do any of the cool river ones, which I particularly like. A lot of people often take candlelight out and and just sitting there and sit in those waters and stuff. But no, I went to where did I go? So I went to Taupo. Went to on first. I did a couple of trips. I was based in Taupo, and then I went out to different places. Went to Podiki Whakatane, which is very remote out there, and then I went out to Rotorua as well from there, sort of Rotorua, which is a lot where a lot of the hot springs are. And then that was the first trip, so I went out that way. And then there's a lot of history, New Zealand history in the area, a lot of maraes and settlements and all sorts of stuff. And then I went. My second trip was down to further down east, and I went down to what they call Hastings and Napier and Havelock North and places like that, which is they had massive slips there about a year or two ago, and so all the hills have got these slips on them all over the place, and they had massive flooding, and it wiped out tons of vineyards, upmarket vineyards, and they all got pretty much wiped out in that valley. And yeah, it was quite shocking, and actually I wasn't even aware of it, but it was pretty self-evident when you go through the valleys. There's just rip after rip after rip in the hills, and then so it's kind of recovered to some degree from that. And then, but yeah, I went past. I stayed out near a beach out there on the coast, and it was really, really cool, but very dry. Like the unusual for New Zealand, right? Having this dry dust, you normally get that in like Adelaide from the the desert in Australia there, the outback. But you can actually almost feel the dust in the air. It's kind of unusual for New Zealand. But yeah, all in all, very good trip. Had a good time meeting friends and family.
Nice. Well, being as dry as it was, I imagine you had some pretty good biltong at least then.
Somewhat.
Did you come across any good biltong?
So
my buddy
understand.
biltong, Biltong. My buddy who's from New Zealand, but he's also born in South Africa, so it may be a South African thing. But he is really big on biltong, which is basically a type of jerky. So that was.
Oh yeah, it sounds South African or something. Yeah, it doesn't sound like Kiwi thing.
Crappy.
Yeah. No, we've had a certain number of South Africans immigrate here, so they probably got. There are a couple of stores here and there you can find. They've got all their very South African-y type of meats and foods and things like that. Yeah, I'm not really across that. Although one of my cousins married a South African girl. Yeah.
Nice. I'm looking forward to making it out there to your side of the world. Growing up as a kid, of course, Steve Irwin being on my TV, late night, I was like, Australia's, when they tell you should travel as a kid, I was like, well, I want to go to Australia and see all the animals. Of course, learning that all those animals can kill you potentially, but
on Australia for sure, yeah.
Australia, yeah. I'm looking forward to once I get.
New Zealand's almost like the polar opposite of Australia. We're almost the polar opposite. We don't have snakes or scorpions or anything like that. In fact, I think we're the only country in the world that technically doesn't have snakes. Then we have these little grass little ones, but we don't have snakes. So it's kind of cool like that. Which makes it, if you're nervous of snakes and you grow up in New Zealand, it's hard to go elsewhere because you're going to come into places like Australia where they do have snakes. So it's a little bit ooby. Got to man up.
Yeah, the Peter Jackson movies, of course, coming out around my 12th, 13th, 14th birthday. Lord of the Rings, and seeing the beautiful New Zealand landscapes. Of course, I was like, got to go there at some point.
Well, so. New Zealand landscapes are remarkable. Every half an hour you're going to change the terrain. It is remarkable like that. And I actually drove past Middle Earth, which is where you're talking about on my trip. I didn't go there. I haven't been there myself, but I did drive past. I've driven it past many times in the years, but I've never gone to it.
Nice.
Yeah.
But everyone I got to something.
Everyone says it's excellent, like really excellent going there. And they have I think the pub's open as well. Actually, they've got the actual bar open in the building there, so people have a drink at the end of the tour in the actual Hobbiton pub or whatever for the hobbits. Yeah.
Nice. The closest I've gotten to something that beautiful is actually over there on Colts Island. It's the Cliffs of Moher, which are gorgeous.
Cliffs of Moher, yeah, that's not too far from me. Yeah.
But that was a highlight of our trip to that beautiful island of yours, Colt. Those cliffs, man, just
the Moher is lovely. Moher is a lovely place, really is. There was a reported storm. Now you know how high those are, right? Those cliffs. There was a reported storm back in the 1800s, and they said that the storm was so bad that the water was coming over the cliff.
Wow, I could not imagine that, honestly. Like those,
that would have been incredible.
That's like typhoon level water rise.
Oh, it's crazy. Like it wiped out about like a third of the island's trees. It'll just flatten them all. One massive storm. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy stuff. Jacob just posted, and he said that he's working. Someone in the Telegram was saying, "Can you say something to the YouTube chat people there because they're all waiting?" He said, "We're working as hard as we possibly can to deploy BNB right now." So I think that will be first. And I'm here. I'm refreshing nonstop.
Well, while we wait, I need to do some shit. So I'm going to unbox. What's up?
You got some hardware there.
Yeah, I just bought a space mouse. So it is a $400 mouse that allows you to navigate in 6 degrees of separation for 3D. So I've got a lot of Blender tutorials and learn how to use 2 mouses at the same time. But yeah, it's
funny you say Blender because I used to have a Blender YouTube channel, which is funny.
Yeah, no, I mean I'm a Maya guy. I've been using Maya since 2005. But if you're going to use, again, interoperability, Space Mouse will give you the same function keys to do everything, so that way your user interface isn't disrupted each time you change software. So I figured I'd finally take the jump, and I mean, this is mainly used for like CAD based shit, but 3D and CAD's very similar.
Mhm.
Jesus, that's a book right there.
Superman. So, what are your thoughts on BNB versus BNB Mafia versus Pulse Mafia?
Well, I think you've done a great job promoting the BNB side, and I think you've built up a good community that's going to, sort of give some sense of equivocation to pulse chain activity. So I think you've done a good job with that, and brought on some really good, passionate people. So I think, I'm actually definitely pretty upbeat on BNB side.
Yeah, it's got a pretty good upside, right? Even if we consider even just the Mafia token by itself right now. Yeah. I mean, market cap is circling around 300, but I mean, it's holding around 300, but that's fine up to now. But I think, like you say, because of the people that are playing, the opportunity is absolutely massive over there. It really is.
Yeah, we just have more viral people over here on Pulse Chain. It's different because we have the localized community, like I was saying before. That's really the inherent difference between the two chains, is that everyone on Pulse Chain knows each other. We talk more. We're more interconnected than just going to, pancake swap and doing something.
Yeah. And, I mean, it's a huge number of Pulse Chain influences, isn't it?
Great.
Look at this. Look at this
toy that I'd forgotten that I had.
Wow.
When I went to the office to grab the violin for Bob. I looked in the corner and I saw that I had this Matterport, which for those of you who aren't familiar, this is a 3D scanning camera to where you can create those 3D virtual tours.
Wonderful.
This is the tool that does it. So we can create, in CAD spaces, we can create augmented reality scenarios on this metaverse. We can take actual real life places. Maybe when we go to Vegas, we'll do some scans, but those types of things can actually be integrated through the types of tools that Larry's talking about, but also just through the protocol and the type of
sure. Well, what you want to do to like the like a 3D virtual scan, it's just like a topological map. What you really want to look in what's called Gaussian splats. Now, Gaussian splats is when you don't even need because the real difference in the camera that you're talking about is it records depth mask that actually can push
light sensitive.
Yeah, exactly. It knows how much depth things are, rather than an RGB or CMYK scale of what those images are. So when it's recording the depth, it's just like recording the motion of what things are, and then projects and goes from there. So all of this stuff, I would never go back in time, or I would go back in time and tell myself to do many things differently, but to be where I am with the particular skill set that I know is very fundamentally dynamic to where the future is going to go. It wasn't an easy journey, but now with everything going into virtual experiences, Ready Player One will be real very, very soon. And it's going to be fascinating what people think, especially because now we have AI on the other side of how we're quickly using Reed's Law, which is Metcalfe's Law and Moore's Law combined into each other to push that stuff forward. Jesus, I mean, I've got a huge fucking desk, and I need a bigger goddamn desk.
And that's in your new place, right?
Here.
Yeah.
In the chats.
And thank you to Moondog for helping me move and get this desk from point A to point B, because I do love my desk, but Jesus, I hate moving it. This thing's fucking massive. It's almost larger than my audio interface. Oh, the desk.
Actually, it's not even the desk that's heavy. It's the arms that holds his equipment. They are heavy. They are pure steel, raw steel. That's the deal.
Yeah. Warzone. But I mean, I basically live in my office. I lived on one plate, one knife, one spoon for the last almost year and a half. I just live in my office. I'm going to need extensions to be able to put more shit up. More steel, Moondog. More steel. Must construct additional pylons.
Yeah,
anyone that's here, we've got a bunch of people here actually. So anyone that doesn't know, because I've seen actually, there's even someone who saw the post on X today They saw the live stream, they jumped into the live stream, and now they're actually in talking to the directorate in the recruitment channel.
There you go.
So this is working. This is working.
You know, just getting out there, talking, and being a good human, and expressing like-minded interests. It gives you so much more than speculation on a token, and that's again, it goes back to what NFTs are. NFTs are not being used appropriately, and it's very, very sad. Crypto is barely being used appropriately. I'll go back to what I said a long time ago. The first blockchain was ham radio, right? The interoperability to connect to multiple different places through nodes. From there, you have the first Bitcoin, which was EverQuest gold mining. The first DEX was the Azeroth auction house. The first NFT was a read-write receipt on an email because it validated that attachment that you put in that read-write receipt was transferred, and you got validation that they received it. So how you utilize that technology and use case has very fundamental parameters that you just have to apply. Jesus Christ, more wires. I'm so triggered by wires. I still barely even cracked the box of wires that we moved from my office the last time, Moondog. I got all the rigs up. I don't know where everything else goes, but good enough for right now.
My problem is I'll consolidate things, but then I went to look for a specific wire 2 days ago. And so I went to my box of wires. It's not there. So I was like, all right, let me go to my electronics overflow. It's not there. I had a third spot that I hadn't realized I had consolidated because I had a bunch of electronic stuff out and I had people coming over. So I just put it all together in another spot. I was like, oh, there you are. Let me look through you. Here's the wire.
Now, I have a suitcase, the red one that we moved, that's literally filled with trash bags of wires. And each trash bag is a different type of cable. I've got a lot of fucking wires. Triggered as fuck.
I used, so I went to church camp as a kid when we still had disposable cameras. And one of the youth pastor's kids taught me how to make a taser out of the flash they were like, oh, here. So they take it off and if there's a way to charge it and they're like, touch here and touch here. I'm like, okay, fine. I go home. First thing I do, pull out our wire cabinet. I strip an old Nintendo controller to get the copper out of it to make, copper leads instead of tricking somebody into touching two spots. It's like, now I can charge it and I can touch somebody and it's an actual taser. I mean, it's just a little zap, little.
It's like licking a 9-volt battery.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little slightly stronger than a 9-volt, but it's not anything, whatever. But yeah, fun stuff, fun times. And then, so when I was 14, I spent my summers and school breaks and stuff doing manual labor for new construction. And I was working for the plumbing company, but digging ditches and stuff. But the electricians, I showed them the disposable camera trick, and man, that just made their day. And I was like, wait, you guys are adult certified electricians, and I'm showing you this? That as a teenager opened my worldview a little bit on experts knowing everything associated with their field potential, whatever. I was like, okay. But fun times.
I gotta do this.
Boom, boom. So yeah, we got people in the chat that are looking into Mafia, and we've got people on the stream that are looking into Hex. That is a Christmas success stream in my book.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'm thinking, should I do this this giveaway, or will I wait until the map is actually out? What do you guys think?
Give the people some cake is what I would recommend.
Okay,
my raw
right.
advice. I meant to poetic it up a little bit more, but I'm running on fumes myself.
Yeah, I think we'll do it. Right. So it is there's 50 keys in total. There's going to be 3 winners, right? So it's going to be 30 to number 1 place, 15 to the 2nd place, and 5 to the 3rd place person. Okay. All you have to do really is obviously follow PLS Mafia or follow BNB Mafia IO over on X, and retweet and comment. I have a Twitter picker here. I'll bring this up. Now, I'm not sure if any of you guys noticed, but the Twitter picker that we always historically used, it stopped functioning. Basically, they were told that they had to stop using it, or they had to close down the site back in October, so it ended. Okay, so I have everything listed here. You can see. So I put in the post. We can see the post here. So we've got 86 retweets. Obviously, I wanted to make sure that nobody just created a new profile directly to do this. So it is, I've said it must be a profile which is at least minimum 3 months old, and they have to have at least 50 tweets. So we've got 56 eligible retweets. Okay, so now if I just click the winner, you can see this, right? Click the winners. How many winners? Oh, okay, custom 3. Okay, and then go. So Jay Blick won first place, 30. Can you guys hear me? You're there, yeah? So Jay Blick, you won first. Crypto Minimal won second, and Burek Christoph won third. Congratulations, you guys. That is great. Jay Blick, I have to say, I'm actually very happy for you because you literally retweet every single thing that I post regarding Mafia or any of Jacob's projects, actually. So you're in a lot of them. So that is a fantastic win for you. Crypto Minimal and Burek Christoph. That is absolutely great. Oh, I'm really, really happy for you, man. Really, really happy for you. That is great. Burek, let me spell it properly. KvltDeFi.pls.fyi OR. That is cool. Wow. You guys have a serious amount of keys coming. Use them wisely, as they say. Use them wisely. Oh, I think that's great. Happy for you guys. Cool.
Nice.
I also have some keys I will be opening, and then we'll be able to give some things away over the next few streams. Like I said, if I do open something and it is very high value, whatever, then I will decide what I'm going to do with it. Really, I'm not in this. Obviously, I'm not in this to try and hold anyone, hold anyone's head over a barrel or anything like that. It's really just, like we say, fair market value. But also, I might literally just give some away. I might just give them away. Depends on the mood at the time, I suppose. And they will be on both chains too. So don't worry. You're not going to lose out.
The post that got Bob Tilla inspired me, to where he's going to get this violin had something to do with having friends that give away diamonds. It's out there on X and it's in the Telegram shares, but we'll be talking about it more whenever I have better time to put together the marketing push that it deserves to give the attention to the proper, to everything, the proper values. I am value driven.
No, that's cool. Thank you for doing that giveaway, man. It's a pretty awesome thing, pretty awesome gift. Really is.
I'm looking forward to it going to where I know it will be appreciated and to be able to share and spread the love and light that I know that we'll be able to do. Both. This is basically a physical object that will, it's going to be a reminder for, the people that have it, of the network effect that's behind it, for the dreams and the visions that they have to be able to bring to light their dreams and visions. And I'll actually read a little. So this is a card, and on the back here. So thank you, blah, blah, donor. Lindsay Sterling Live, the Artemis Reprise, inspired by hope artwork created by St. Jude patient Hillary. This original art piece was created for you in celebration of your gift, a beautiful performance by Lindsay. Hillary has been a patient at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital since 2008, undergoing treatment for 2 unrelated cancers, acute lymphoblastic leukemia and non-Hodgkin lymphoma. A lifelong dancer, Hillary won national awards for clogging and was a part of her college's dance team. She now teaches dance classes while pursuing a doctorate in biomedical modeling. Thanks to your support, St. Jude is able to help kids like Hillary every day, finding cures and saving children. So especially Bob and his niece and what she was able to do with St. Jude's, this, being able to go, I anticipate and assume, it's going to go to his niece, and she'll have access to know that her dreams, what she wants to do, whether becoming, getting a doctorate in biomedical modeling, or whatever it is, that there's a network of people here and tools to help her build the vision that she wants for her life. And I'm doing the same thing for my kids. I got 4 kiddos. So the reason I'm here is as a forefather to build augmented reality games that they want to engage in, so that they are being paid to play the game of life. They're playing and earning in life. They're not playing to earn. They're not trading their life force, their time, their energy, attention in order to get something out of it as a sacrifice, unless that's a conscious decision they're making for higher value reasons. Instead, whenever they're trading their time, energy, attention, they understand that they can also be creating and be involved in the creative process. And so value-driven augmented reality games, Jacob bringing out this protocol, I approached Kool-Aid about putting NFC chips into NFTs and how we can start tying physical assets to the blockchain and tabletop games and interactive gamings like Toys to Life with Skylanders and Disney Infinity and Nintendo Amoeba, that kind of Lego Dimensions, that kind of thing. And then Jacob comes out with this protocol, and it's so much more of a streamlined, less friction barrier to entry to, again, create augmented reality games to where I mentioned it's a social validation layer where we have access to create the incentive-driven competitions that are going to drive how people act within the protocol. And those incentive-driven competitions, there are people that are already out there literally changing the world with incentive-driven competitions. Peter Diamandis is one of the people that I've looked up to even before. The reason that I knew about crypto to begin with and had stepped away because I was looking at some of the biomedical research and other things and longevity stuff. And then I circled back, and thank goodness that Richard Hart, the Pulse Chain community, raised $27 million for the Sense Foundation, and Aubrey is still continuing that work, even though there was corporate nonsense that happened whenever crypto literally filled that nonprofit's budget with more money than they had seen, and it was either 10 or 20 years whenever I looked at it. So of course the board did some nonsense shenanigans behind the scene, but our community was able to be there for Aubrey during all of that nonsense and to stay focused on the work, to able to buy the rats, to start to do the experiments, because in medicine, this stuff takes 20 years before it's not crypto where it's a 4-year cycle. It's 20 years where you got to be spending money and doing stuff before you actually, get something out of it in a lot of cases. Speaking of X prizes and incentive driven competitions, there's a $101 million X prize right now, specifically for longevity research that was launched this past year. So Peter Diamandis and the X prize, I think Elon Musk is on the board. There's a bunch of other people, Tim Ferriss for people who know him. Naveen Jain is a pretty cool guy that's on there. Tom Bilyeu, who used to work, he was one of the founders of Quest Nutrition, and he used to do a podcast specifically for just his team within Quest Nutrition. It was called Inside Quest, and it was an excuse for him to start to meet authors and other people that he wanted to talk to, but in a team development way for the company that he was at and working for. That eventually got so big that he left Quest Nutrition, which is one of the fastest growing companies in the US, like over the past, relative recent history. He cashed out hundreds of millions there. And he dabbled in crypto a little bit as well. Sad to say that the SEC bullied him a little bit because he did an NFT project with community ownership asset, and he did it with the right values and incentive structures behind it. But freaking the SEC came after him, and he's not deep into crypto. It was probably somebody brought it to him and that he trusted. So he just paid the fine and kind of let it get basically run over by the SEC. So I'm glad that in Hex, we're going a different route, that we're, even though it is a sacrifice, it is costing us time and energy, which is shown in the chart, because all this time, it's a slingshot. I anticipate that we are actually just gathering and biting what's eventually going to be that slingshot of repressed energy once it all gets free to do what it's meant to do, which is to give us access to these tools to be able to associate with whom we want to associate with, to be able to communicate on a digital network communications chain without being threatened that our bank accounts are going to be shut down if we give sandwich money to the wrong political group or protest or truckers who whatever. Like, there's some silly things going on in the world, but there's so many amazing things too. So it's a matter of focus, and I'm glad that we're here, because even through all the noise of the nonsense that's going on, there's a lot of positive things for us to focus on to keep building at a foundational level. Like I said earlier, in the Isaac Asimov sense, those who haven't read the book, there's a great TV series that is just a cinematic experience on its own based off of Isaac Asimov's Foundation. But the idea behind that is Foundation was a vault for knowledge. So the premise of it, for anybody who's unfamiliar, is that there's this mathematician who comes up who's so advanced that he finds out that the Galactic Federation Empire, hundreds of trillions of people, billions of whatever, it's going to enter into a dark age. Like, the empire is going to fall. The centralized force is going to fall. And of course, the centralized force doesn't like that. So they're like, screw you, you're going to die for heresy. But what he's trying to advocate for is, if we can collect the knowledge, we can make the dark age that people go. He's like, we can't stop the dark age from coming, but we can make the dark age last a shorter amount of time. So instead of 12,000 years, it's 500 years before humanity can rebuild and get back to a positive trajectory. But just being able to encapsulate those things from the link rot, or from the attack, DDoS attack, or whatever adversarial actors are out there that have different values, that decide that your story or the things that you treasure aren't worth existing or being shareable anymore, or if you do share it, you're going to be punished. I'm glad to see that our culture is waking up a little bit to the rebalancing how far we've gone on the pendulum as far as that type of social tyranny. But it's a double-edged sword, because like I said, social tyranny, cancel culture, whatever you want to call it out in the world as we've seen it today, is one way of looking at it. But a positive polarization of the exact same thing is what I talked about with this protocol, a social validation layer, where we can use it to incentivize positive behaviors. So it still can go either way. It's up to us to decide how it's going to be executed. But there's a lot of cool stuff out there. A lot of crazy stuff too.
There really is. Yeah. We lost Superman. Oh, he ducked out. Nothing in the Telegram, yes, from Jacob. No, nothing on the site as yet. But it's good. We got people engaging. Hey, I'm actually really happy.
Do we have any
Xanon,
YouTube comments
I don't
or
know.
anything to go through?
Yeah, I don't know. Xanon is saying, why is your art hanging crooked, Moondog?
Oh. Which one?
Yeah, he didn't say.
Yeah, I'll have to try to see. No. Whoa.
People are complaining map update is not here. People are saying, oh, it's late. Well, guess what? It's really late for me. The sun is going to start coming up soon, I think. No, but it's good. We actually have people in the chat here. Look, people are saying, hey, I'm new to Mafia. What should I do? How do you know, any tips, any suggestions?
Read the wiki.
Yeah, read the wiki, yeah.
Tip number one. Join the telegrams, but with a thick skin. Or
that's it. Join the Telegrams. Actually, yes, while we're here. So listen, everyone, if you're new here, like, subscribe, hit notification bell, all of that good stuff. Make sure that you join the Telegrams. They're in the description below. They're also in this little banner, t.me/PLS Mafia and t.me/BNB Mafia Game. If you like what we do here in the channel, if it's your first time here, obviously, thanks very much. If you are seasoned, if you like what we do, consider donating to the channel, right? It allows me, well, frees up my time so I can do more of this stuff with you guys. You know, keep the lights on and the wheels turning, as they say, and we will endeavor to keep doing what we're doing. I'm very, very excited about this game, this map update. I'm really, really excited about it. It's absolutely fantastic. People are saying, are the safe links on Telegram? Telegram, yeah, hey, listen, jump into Telegram. If anyone posts a scam link, the guys in the chat will actually probably point it out first and let you know. But don't engage with anyone unless you test them out, right? Don't engage with anyone who you think might not be there. Max Payne is here. Max has been pretty quiet all evening. Max has said, give us 20 pull-ups, Moondog. Max, I saw that someone from this live stream jumped over into the director's recruitment page. Good job.
Oh, I didn't mute. Oh well. You guys got a little Wells only refresh for those of you who listened to him back in the day. Let's see if I can make Max happy. Uno. Oh, I'm going all the way down. This is gonna hurt. Oh man, pull-ups. I'm going to chin-ups because my back is fucked up right now, so I'm going to biceps. Cheating. No, I can't do it. I'm smoked. Younger version of me. That's something for my kids to make fun of me forever now because it's on the internet. So whenever I'm smoking them later. So that's the thing. I balance my energy between so many different things. And I try to make sure that I have enough in the tank for spontaneous push-up competitions with my kiddos. Just, you know, to keep the dad image alive. But I've got a day like today where my time with the kiddos is spent playing Fortnite, then my physical prowess doesn't necessarily need to be 100% up to snuff. Yeah. So I'm making excuses. That's what this is. My boy got the new Oculus for Christmas. Nice.
Yeah, this new one. He's like, he said to me today, he said, you don't really play, you never play, because he's had Oculus for years, but now he's got the newer one. And he said, oh, you never really played it. He said, do you want to play with it tomorrow? I said, oh, sure, I'll give it a spin tomorrow. And he said, yeah, I have a really good horror game. You're going to love it. So, okay, I'm in. So tomorrow I'm going to be playing horror games on the Oculus.
Man, if I'd been thinking about it, I should have known that was going to make me be out of breath for the stream, and I should have said nah and use that as an excuse. But no, it's fine. You should ask your son if he's familiar with Gorilla Tag at all, because that's a pretty popular one with the kiddos that Larry had me ask my kiddos about. And my youngest son was actually at his best friend's house, and I called him and I was like, oh, all right, buddy, you know, because check on to do Fortnite. He's with his buddy, and I was like, oh, I'll let you, you know, you're doing a sleepover. I don't want to take away your time. He follows the cat around, and Jordan Peterson has a rule in his original 12 Rules for Life about always pet a cat on the street when you see it, which is essentially just, you know, paying attention to and giving care to. So it was funny that he was doing that, and then he took me up to his buddy, and I was like, hey, I was telling him to bring the PlayStation so that we could play Fortnite over there. There's a little mobile PlayStation that we have. And then I asked him about Gorilla Tag, and his friend had a stuffed animal. He's like, oh, this. And he starts talking to me for like 40 minutes about Gorilla Tag, his buddy does, to where I had my mom with me, and I was like, all right, guys, grandma's waking up from a nap, and I only get a little bit of time with her. Love and light. And it was actually even more cool because the studio that's behind that game has been working on another project, which Larry is a big part of. They've been in pre-launch, pre-alpha for quite a while now. And whenever I went to help him move, one of my business partners that I onboarded into the game actually helped get Gifford set up into some Baldur's Gate 3 mods so that Larry and them could play Baldur's Gate together. And the first thing that I heard in the background, so as my buddy's helping Giff get set up with Baldur's Gate, Larry puts an Oculus on my head and I'm just moving around. But it's basically his dev account for this game that's going to be it's the same studio that's behind Gorilla Tag. So I had a ton of fun listening to Giff immediately kill Larry in Baldur's Gate. So Larry's like, give me my staff back so I can get us out of this crazy place. And then the week after that, I get home, and during that week is whenever they did the launch reveal for that game. It was before it had like a project name and everything. So when I'm talking to my son's friend, he starts name dropping the studio and all this stuff, and he's asking me, and I'm like, yeah, here's what I know, here's what I don't know, but it's fun times. But yeah, I'm interested to get into more of the VR as well. We have the mobile setup we have is for the PlayStation 4, and I have a PlayStation 4 VR, but we also have the PlayStation 5 VR and the Oculuses. So a little bit of different ecosystems to kind of play around in there but I just haven't had time with all the different things going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. KvltDeFi sent me something today, actually. So some parkour game or something, some VR parkour game he's been working on for the last few months. And it looks pretty interesting.
I think Orion's Drift is the name of it.
Oh, is that? Actually, yeah, it could be that. It could be that. Yeah, no, there's some cool stuff happening, right? There's really some cool stuff happening. And I mean, like, I put a post up on X, I think it was yesterday. The guys from the PulseTube made this just a small little thing. It's like it's almost like a 3D land plot, and it's in the shape of a hexagon. And then when you zoom in, it has a bunch of little hexagons in there, and each one of them is actually tied to a content creator that's out there. So like, you can literally hover over it, and they'll pop up, and then you can press it and it'll bring you to their channels, all that kind of cool stuff. And if you're listening, thanks very much, because in your demo video, the first little hexagon that you landed on was me. It was my profile. And then after me, it was Richard Hart. And then after Richard Hart, it was Huddle Dog. So thanks very much. I appreciate that. It looked pretty cool. I like it. I like these small, nice little easy things. At the end of the day, it all adds to the flavor, and it all helps Pulse Chain. Just builders keep on building. Doesn't matter what you're building, just keep on building. We need it all. We need the good stuff, the bad stuff, and the ugly stuff. We need it all.
Speaking of builders keep on building, I've been playing Fortnite with my youngest recently, but I hadn't played in a couple of years because the older boys had lost interest in it. So I come back to the game, and for those who aren't aware or haven't played it in a while, one of the first things that I found out is there's a Rock Band mode. So I was literally playing Rock Band. There's also a racing mode. So Mario Kart is now integrated into it. They have a Lego mode, which is basically their version of Minecraft. They just launched in the past couple of weeks Ballistic, which is basically a Call of Duty. And they have all of these creator-made islands. So that's basically a version of Roblox. So Epic Games within Fortnite has created an ecosystem of all of these other gaming genres and things that have worked just to cross-collateralize what players who have invested in that ecosystem can do with their skins and their dances and different things. That's been really interesting to be a part of as well, coming back into this part of gaming. I grew up on, other kinds of games, and I've got to continue being involved in games, because even whenever it was, responsible of me to set aside my gaming habits for other things, I still had kids, so I got to live vicariously through them, and also just to keep up with it through what naturally piqued their interest. So that's why I've been aware of like the Toys to Life fad. If I didn't have kids during that time, I would have missed it, because it came after I was out of gaming. And but there's a lot of cool stuff that's going on right now. The ones that I'm looking forward to most, have been looking forward to for a while on the MMO front is Ashes of Creation, because they have a lot of like the player mechanics designing, affecting the landscape itself. That's going to be interesting to see implemented into an MMO. And as far as like mass appeal, there was a studio that had private servers for Minecraft called Hypixel that have been working on basically an MMO version of Minecraft called Hightail for almost 5 years or more than 5 years now. So Hightail, it's a lot of it's going to be this. It's the blocky animations of Minecraft. It's a little bit smoother than that, but it's very similar. So you have that sentimental feel to it. But it's basically like a Dungeons and Dragons MMO, World of Warcraft. There's dungeons available. There's a creative mode as well, but it has that adventure mode that Minecraft kind of lacked because of, it wasn't built with that in mind. So that they melded the Minecraft nostalgia to that adventure RPG, and it's been in development for a while, and it's recently they've upgraded to a new engine. So Hightail and Ashes of Creation are two of the other in the main gaming industry that I'm looking forward to seeing what happens when they come out. But as an aside, while we continue to
I have refreshed. The site is up.
It is up. There you go. Yep.
Let me have a look. See. Congratulations, everyone that's still here. 3 hours, 15 minutes in, and we are just getting warmed up. This is going to be great. Okay, come on, stupid website, open for me, please. This is great. So you don't actually have any presence over on BNB?
I don't have a character. I have some Mafia and various wallets, things, but I do have plans. And I joined the Telegram as well just to be a spectator and to start understanding at least the human terrain before I go in there making a fuss or whatever it is.
Your sound has gone a bit odd. Did you plug something out?
My headphones might be dying.
Oh.
But the map is live. I'm seeing it now.
I will, as soon as it's open for me, I'll share a screen. I've had to just restart the whole thing. Okay. Map. Oh, it's opened as a separate tab. It's not in the game. It's not on the same website.
Kool-Aid asked me to call him. Let me do that.
Kool-Aid is in the Telegram. What is this? Join the battle, renew. Click to continue. Okay. All right, I'm going to have to share this screen now, I think. Why is it not sharing?
Boom, boom. I hear cars honking in the background. I see all the businesses plotted down. A bunch of tiles around.
I can't see anything yet. No, I don't know what's happening. It's like it's crashing.
Do this in the meantime. Here's Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago's the one that's opened up, but for some reason it closed my other tab. I'm gonna have to just refresh this whole thing.
I'm sharing for mine if you want. In the meantime.
Yeah, great. Yeah, go on. Yeah, share your screen there.
Okay, but let's see if it's okay to show.
Hang on, I think I have to approve it.
Yeah, that's best.
Okay, refresh that. There we go. Oh yeah, look at that. Mafia is here, boys and girls. Mafia is here.
Oh, someone already, Scarface already got a shed over here. And then otherwise it's the businesses that are loaded up. Got the bank over here, east side. The roulette table is near the bank. IcePick got a shed over here near the corner of the map.
Near the beach.
The hospital.
That's actually a pretty decent location, to be fair.
Yeah. It looks like it's going to be a really good one. Oh, who's this?
Bob.
IcePick. Oh, there's Furio. Furio and IcePick got something over here next to the gun store.
Yeah, Bob is in the house here. He said, I've got a house in Vegas. And Elon G. Muskie is back. Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah, I'm opening up land tiles. One thing I did notice with the land tiles, it doesn't go through the process where it runs through all of the different building types. It just automatically selects one. It did the first
You mean
time.
Okay, you mean for the RNG?
Yeah, so if it's going to be a shed or empty room or whatever, it's just selecting it. It doesn't go through the, what's it called? When it goes over each individual crate and it makes that sound.
Animation.
Yeah, the animation.
Yeah, the animation part.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's just because there's so many people doing it at the moment or what, but
okay. But did you say it happened one time, just not a second time?
it happened the first time. I'm on my 5th crate so far.
Okay.
And it just didn't do, hasn't done the animation. It's picking other stuff, but just thought I'd hop on and let you guys know about that. Like I said,
that's perfect. Thanks very much. I've just sent Jacob a message here now about it.
Okay.
Here's one of your properties right over here next to the slot machine in Chicago.
That's cool. I like the look of that. Can you zoom in, Moondog? How far can we zoom in?
Oh, sorry. Let me get used to this. I actually might go grab my mouse. Right down the street. Looks like 2 tiles away.
Oh, the animation kind of worked a little bit that time. Okay.
Oh, man. All right. Let me grab a mouse.
But hey, the rest of it's working seamlessly.
I actually think it looks pretty cool. I like it.
All right, I'm gonna keep opening crates and
All right, man. Good luck.
yeah, I'll catch y'all later.
Here's the someone popped next to the family HQ. Let's zoom in a little bit.
Which family HQ was that one that we just saw?
It doesn't say that it has an owner. So I'm going to look at the other one because it may be a ownerless one.
Jacob has just said, check the highlighting filters for rarity zones at the bottom of the screen.
Yep. So that corner over there that we were looking at is the elite area. Oh, come on. Let me find my. There we go.
I think this looks excellent.
USB. Kool-Aid is sorting out his audio, and then he'll be rejoining.
Yeah, I see him here.
Let's see. Do I have audio?
Yes, you do. Yeah.
All right. We got some music.
Oh, come on.
All right. So is it up on just only on B&B Mafia right now, or is Pulse Mafia?
No, just B&B at the minute.
Yeah, 2 different servers, 2 different blockchains. Makes sense. All right.
Here's the okay, that's a bullet factory. I'm trying to find the HQ that is occupied.
Yeah.
Someone just popped a crate there. I just saw it pop in real time. So Knuckles got an apartment. Nice.
Nice.
Here
Superman.
is. He got it right next to the Syndicate's HQ as well. Here's the family HQ for the Syndicate. And the Yakuza just popped in an office building near it.
Just popped in an office building?
Yep. So we got an apartment and an office building.
Wow. Two top places.
Right near their HQ.
Land sector. Hey, Jacob, just a bit of feedback. When you're having your buttons in the very bottom, the float bar pulls off your screen. That's what's happening here. Let me see if I switch on multi-monitor, so it may not do it. Yeah, it does. It's a bit of feedback.
Congrats on that apartment, Knuckles.
Can you click on the city selector button right at the very bottom right?
That's where the float was happening its issue.
Oh.
That's what I was just commenting on. All right.
Good on me.
Hold on. I'm doing stupid shit like looking at trees.
Yep, where did it go?
Owner,
there was a menu bar at the bottom. I'm gonna refresh. I'm not logged into a wallet either, guys, on this. I'm just
no, I'm doing the
popping
same.
it
Like
from-
I don't have anything on B&B. Sure. This is
There we go.
Chicago. Let's take a look.
All right.
How do we change maps? City selector.
Yeah, if you go to the city selector,
There it is.
and then
Yep.
and then it brings you to a screen where you can actually see how many tiles are currently still available. Who's basically got the most? So I can see here there's the Black Thistles, right? Thanks to Elon G. Muskie, they're number one place right now for the amount of area they own.
So that was there's 2 people that we had on for that. I think I talked to one of them once, and the other guy was the other one, correct? It was Richie and someone else.
Mike from the Warriors.
Okay. He's putting his roulette table. Oh, it's but I wonder if the businesses are being auto propagated. That would make sense. And then there was a deployment stage, I believe I saw on the wiki of like 48 hours. So it's like in construction, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
That's like why it looks almost being built.
Is the city selector supposed to be over to the right of claim land, or is it?
City selector is so what I see on the very bottom of my HUD is I have my buildings, family HQ, priority zones, building type, allegiance, families, claim land, and city selector to the right.
Yeah,
So it's over there to the right.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I can pop it from here. Boom. All right, let's go to Vegas.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Click it.
You do a view to the right, so all the way to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, hard right,
Boom.
keep going. There you go.
All right. There's a card. And this pop it in and out. All right. Come out. Let's look at
Archie is just put in the Telegram. He said, "An OG is opening tiles in Chicago, Bob Tiller the Hun. Remember what I said?"
Well, I mean, there's also that point where Jacob was mentioning that it is applicable to have tiles in other cities. So what I would do if I was going to conscript a mutually exclusive zone or something of that nature that could hold high-ranking people or people of value within a particular city, that those tiles would be traded for a, again, inclusion zone that they could purchase. And technically you could put weight on that inclusion zone, that those would have a particular metric value based on how many tiles are there. And this comes like when you fill the whole map, right? And that's what I was saying before about, what are you doing?
Well, now I can see the city selector.
Oh yeah, it's a little crunchy, but yeah, because ideally I would want, because the pip for the UI element, it moves to the right, which is natively what you would do. So like I'd almost want to like have all of this shifted over to the left, so it anchors at cardinal left and 0. But it looks great. It looks great. Congratulations, Jacob and team. But what I was just saying right there about like people, I really want those cards to move. I'm telling you, we fucking such a simple expandability in the future. And it's scope and merit. But you know, we could partition off a swath of tiles where a high, how would I want to phrase this correctly? It's almost like what do you have when you're in a different country and you've got your slot of land that the US has in other countries?
Embassy.
Yeah, you have got like an embassy that you could like slot out, and those could be rented, those could be traded, those could have higher value. So people within that city that do travel there for trade, for example, could have a hotspot that they at least have some defense or some kind of bonus. Because even with the bodyguards, that is a scalable bonus based on what you are equipped with or what you are on. So having the tile within the region means that you have some kind of active effect, if you will, on your character. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, like all of this is to be considered in how things are deployed and played. Rarity zones. Oh, I guess that would be the strip. I'm in Vegas right now. Zones elite. Upper.
From the city selector again.
Okay, interesting. So I'm looking at the strategic tiles. Element. What are you doing? So family HQ. So the strategic tiles are directly. Okay, I see how this is blocked out. Oh, interesting. Family HQs themselves are already pre-slotted. And if you see strategic tiles, Because there's a road around you, it's nested into a cave, right? So the way that it's ticked back, you've got that what's called an elbow, and that elbow allows nothing to be developed on either side of you. So it's a protection constraint. That's why those strategic tiles, there was only like 20 of them, whatever the fuck it is. It's the number of family versus the number of tiles. So let me try to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5. I'm just gonna go Ricky. I'm an adult, so I can read.
Hey, Superman, did you manage to open anything?
Yes. Yep. Congratulations, everybody. The map's live on BNB, so it's really, really exciting.
Yeah. It's actually the smarter way to launch on BNB first, because let's be real, Pulse Chain's kind of a fickle. So there's known goods on BNB, so it's very smart to get known good working first, because the complexity of deploying a project, a game, and a utility with shipping fickle, that's a lot. So
have you seen Jacob just said? He said, check the family page for vault suspensions.
Nah.
I'm having a look in there now. So it looks like.
Wow! I can't check
the Messinas
website.
are good.
No, scroll all the way down.
And so I'm not. So I'm on the family page. What are we looking for?
Yes, scroll all the way down.
And
you can see, if you keep going down, you can see which families are getting vault access. Look at that.
Oh, I see. Because they're within the region tile and member parameters. Yeah. No, I assumed this would happen.
Oh, there's going to be some skullduggery going on in this game.
It's a very fun game of chess. Now, remember, this is early access chess, so don't freak the fuck out. Chill, honey bunny.
I need to try and open up this again. I do like it. I think it looks really cool. I like that we can zoom in.
Yeah, long tail, I'd love to be able to rotate, but I mean, this is me being picky and stuff that I know it's not being able to do. I assume this is also done in Unity. Yeah, it looks great. Like the Bullet Factory. Oh, so it automatic. I wonder if it rolled. Archie or Superman, you would know because your leadership. Did it automatically propagate your home for the syndicate?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
HQ.
Yeah. I don't know. I think people were saying that was the case, but I was messing around with it, so I'm not. I don't remember seeing it. If you know what I mean.
Oh, something funny. If you're looking at Vegas, Knuckles is an empty tile, but it's on a road. So it looks like you can pull tiles on the road. I thought the roads were going to be off limits, but
look at Vegas.
And if you look at Vegas in the bottom left, you've got Big Tuna from the Syndicate. It's in development of their booze warehouse. In the very bottom corner, you can see if you zoom in. Where are you? I don't see what you. Weird.
Okay, so Vegas.
Yeah, so like where that casino is, or that bigger one. Zoom in there.
Sorry, I'm using the touchpad and because my mouse is not working right now. But
well, I mean, so where that building is, hard left of where you're trying to zoom in on my screen.
I see.
Down, no, down left.
But this is also, I think, what you're talking about, where Capone has one on the street.
Yeah, same thing. Interesting.
Yeah, it is. I wonder if that's what he intended.
So the real question inherently then is, if you get a nature tile or a road tile, well, the roads aren't going anywhere. Nature could theoretically have upgrades or changes to it. Theoretically,
And you know what's interesting? It looks like
He's saying these are visual bugs. They will get fixed.
oh yeah, no. Again, sir, out of all the people I expect this. You're doing a damn good job.
yeah, because this one looked like it also popped on what was probably a nature tile before.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the woods.
I mean, this is fantastic. Well done, team.
A lot of people are starting to come out of the gate and they're starting to get really good buildings, like really good tiles.
Business objects. Ooh, hold on. What are the raid spots? How does it show it? Grass.
If you go where,
No, I'm selecting them, but I want to see the.
Boys, I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be back.
You got it, buddy. Is it white? Business. No, I don't think the raid spots are. Oh, maybe they haven't
they're
been.
probably not in yet.
Yeah, they haven't been picked because they're not picked. There's nothing for them to hit. Agents. Let's look at Medellin. Oh, let's look at Miami for you, man, dog. That's funny. The framing of that, I know right where that type of area is. That's right where they have Loveburn. They have all those ports that come out. So I would assume the elite would be down the bottom right. So business objects, sure. Prairie zones, elite, yep. And then uppers gonna be surrounding it, yep. And common, yep. Strategic are gonna be all around the HQs, yep. Correct. Now, business objects. So if I was looking at this for you, Moondog, so if I'm looking at Miami, it looks like the roulette tables hard left, because yes, the businesses did get auto placed because everyone's is propagating, and maybe they are all here and placing it, but that does make sense. So roulette, bullet factory, slot machine, and narc. Okay, so the OG Sopranos have a bit, and there's another one over there that hasn't got that. Kind of interesting that the bullet factory is in the gambling area, but like the bank is over on the other side. Car crusher, because I would think the bullet factory would be over in the industrial aspect, would be more like a car crusher type thing. Our detective agencies in the bottom left. Interesting. So if I wanted to now correlate, let's just look at Medellin now for example. That's what thistles are. Yeah, so like in Medellin, the business objects are a lot more spread throughout the district, whereas in Miami, they're more focused towards the elite zone. So now let's take a paparoo into New York for Archie and all my syndicate or CUSA syndicate friends. River set up. Bank. Family owners. So let's look at rarity zones. So the elite group is, yeah, that's exactly
Got
where
the
it's at.
bank
So
and the gun sword in the elite zone.
well, you can they have a small tile difference. So if you're looking at like New York, the green area I believe is going to be the upper. Yep. So like the default texture on the bottom correlates to the region of the zone. So the more grayish is elite, the grass is the upper, the common is the brown, and that'd be how it do. So with New York, I was looking for the CUSA stuff to see. Where would this syndicate of the CUSA? There we go. So syndicate car hospital. All right, bullet factory. transfer rate, connections, effectiveness. The effectiveness is going to be based on those connections. You can see the tile ID. So when you look at the tile ID, it's going to be the first letters of the city name. So let's say Caracas is going to be pound, CRAS. I'm looking at New York right now. It's pound, NEW, 1511. So most likely that's going to be grids on, so 11 units up, 5 units over, or something of that nature. Hold on, let me click it again. Thing. Do a thing. 12 and 12. So 12 and 12 for the Domingos. Bullet Factory, 1, 2. It looks like northeast is 0, 0, 0. Well, we can find that out by going up to here. Oh, we can't select that. Icepec, you are my boy. So Icepec's got a shed. Yes. So Cardinal North. Oh, interesting. Chicago ID. So
5-1.
Icepec is getting a. Oh, because Icepec's in Chicago, right? So because the syndicate's in Chicago and the Yakuza's in New York. This makes sense now. So the family ID is going to be.
Yeah, I think Northeast is 0, 0.
Northeast is 0, 0, but I'm saying the Chi number is, or the number which would be the God. Why can I not talk right now? The naming convention for how that is what city it identifies from, not where you're based, I believe. So I'll find out more as I dig in. So that's New York Syndicate Business Expert House. Defined. I need a non-business to look at. Benetero Family the Syndicate Gun Store. Oh, they changed the shop to be now called a gun store. Cool. Okay, so Zella has something 22 and 18, and it's named Chai. So is Zella part of the syndicate? Why is it not showing the family? Ruh-roh, there's no family on Zala. Zala's very rich. Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute. No, it is.
They're in the Warriors.
No,
I'm looking at my own screen. Never mind.
Oh, it could be. I mean, there's going to be visual bugs in deployment. Like, chill. It's not like this thing took 5 years. It's going in real time. This is live. So I don't know what that little tiny icon is for that card. I believe it's Syndicate. Oh, yeah, no, it is Syndicate. Okay, it finally popped for me. I'm not on a connected wallet, so I have the slow down, gangster. You're not able to play. Okay, so the ID is going to be, what family do you originate in? Oh, hold on. Even more interesting, because what if you were no family? What if you were a null? Is Zella from? No, Zella's from Medellin. So I wonder.
Probably where their character originated from.
No. I'm telling you right now. Zella, I'm looking at for as an example, is from Medellin, but they're part of the syndicate. So the syndicate is originated in Chicago, and that's why that family ID has Chai 12 by 18. But I'm curious on what an unfamilied tile would look like. Oh no, someone's building a shed in the water. Oh, this is great.
Chicago's bottom.
Jacob, props on the red phone booth. I like it. I like the red phone booth a lot, and the little bench. With the red phone booth, that's good. Don't want that car to move on you. Let's see here. Let's take a look at
Office building. Like that office. Oh, it's gone.
Boom, 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 boom. Family is syndicated.
So if you click on the office building and then you watch, the yield amount is creeping up right here on the
Yeah.
Nice.
Of course, if I click away and then click back on it, it resets. So I wouldn't, count that for anything right now. But
No, it's an in-game ticker. It's what it is. It's yield on tick.
Yep.
The plan. Active. What do you mean by inactive? Empty development. Sure. Down. Oh. My you would not work. I don't care.
It's a villa.
Vanilla Villa. Man, this is so cool in a fledgling state. So if you capitalize on a road, can you fucking blockade it or pay a toll tax? So interesting thoughts. There's racing in this game. We talked about it heavily way back in the day.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of circuits to do racing. I wonder how it did that. Well, I mean, it's probably just going to be a random energy. It's not even going to watch a race. But
Here you go. Here's your racing cars, Kool-Aid. Meow, meow, meow.
You made my Christmas, sir, David. Thank you. It's literally just the simplest of things that I get satisfied by. Complexities are too much. Meow.
Looks like there's little Doctor Who.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They're fun
spaceships.
boxes. Yeah, little tortoises. Little Fred fun boxes. I like it. I approve. All right, I'm gonna go smoke. I'll turn off my San Andreas music for you all.
So it's looking pretty cool right now.
It's looking great. Hey, this
I like it.
This I haven't shipped an actual. I mean, I have a live service game to work on now, but I haven't shipped an actual game since 2017. And I've spent so many tens of thousands of hours working on shit that doesn't ship. Like, this is cool. This is cool, and it has so much potential.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all about scoping your milestones, right? You want to like scope what you can accomplish, get that, take the win, and then compound on it. And this is it. Look at SimCity 1, right? This is very, very, very SimCity 1, but has all the complexities of crypto, game mechanics, interoperability, PvP, all the rest of that. And it's able to be streamed through the internet quickly, right? It's feasible, right? All the extra stuff is not feasible in the long term due to tech debt, speed, understanding, all the rest of that. So you get all the benefit of something simple like, again, Dope Wars, Drug Wars. It's a TI-80 calculator game. It's a calculator game. Playing Snake on that shit. This is so fucking cool. Booze Warehouse looks great. Oh, Capone's got that. Oh, interesting. Why does it say BOG? Oh, from Bogota? Maybe I was wrong about my assessment. No, he's from Miami. Right? Maybe the business items have a different ID number. Oh, I'm in Bogota. I'm an idiot. Sorry, I thought it was in a different city. Oh, cool. All right, be right back, guys.
Did you manage to claim anything good, Superman?
Sorry, what was that?
Did you manage to claim anything cool for yourself?
I wanted to say that we are claiming at the moment.
We are claiming. I am trying to claim, but so far this thing has just not been very responsive to me at the minute.
You're in Detroit there. Is that you? Are you sharing the map there? Are you in Detroit?
That's me. I'm
It's Moondog. Moondog is sharing at the minute because I'm trying to set up my thing so I can actually start buying some or claiming some land. I'm just trying to set it all up now.
Moondog, you're on the Black Thistles, is that right? Black Thistles, is that one?
No, I'm not even on BNB right now.
You're on the BNB? Okay, cool. On Pulse Chain, right? Waiting for that. Okay.
Yeah. So, is the hospital in Detroit owner list right now on BNB, guys? Because it's not showing right here. An owner.
Sure.
All the business items have been claimed.
Copy.
So people have them.
Yeah.
By my count, 400. I mean, this is changing rapidly, but Chicago, 446 buildings so far, 473 to go. Looking at Bogota, got 10 buildings, 629 to go on that one. How's the Los OGs going? Because they're ranked number 2, aren't they, on BNB? 24 buildings, 639 to go.
Yeah, they're going like crazy, and so is Elon Muskie. I bet he's clicking like crazy.
The layouts of each city are quite different from each other too, which is interesting.
Yeah, I know Jacob was saying that he wanted to try and keep them kind of close to the actual cities. So, like, I think even Kool-Aid just commented when he was looking at one of the cities there. I think he was looking at Miami, and he said, "Oh, I actually know that area."
Well, I guess there's pros and cons to the design as well, right? Strengths and weaknesses and things. To the city.
And it looks like people are already staking their Mafia, potentially, according to this.
That's existing.
Yeah, from the family banks, probably.
Yeah.
That's why I was just.
I'm having a problem connecting my wallet to the map page, because it opens up in a separate tab. Connecting my wallet to the actual physical map, I'm having an issue with it.
Oh.
Yeah, connect.
It does just seem to default to your city profile. No, the order has changed. Interesting. City order has changed. City developer.
Yeah, I'm looking here. I'm hovering over Chicago, and it says there's 469 available slots left. So they're getting chewed up.
They are, and they've taken #1 spot on the city. In the city rankings. Black Thistles on Bogota, #2. Las Vegas OGs, #3. And Medellin, and the Black Thistles at #4.
The Black Thistles only have 3 players?
Got 5.
No.
Oh,
I think this is saying that 3 players from the Black Thistles have popped 8 buildings.
Have claimed
Right.
something. Yeah.
Correct.
15 players in the syndicate have popped 86 buildings in Chicago. 2 players from Black Thistles have popped 15 buildings in Medellin. 4 players from Original Gangsters have popped 12 buildings in Las Vegas. 1 player from the Warriors has popped a building in Caracas, and 1 player has popped 2 buildings in Messina from the Messinas. Although I thought I saw more whenever I visited there. But maybe it was buildings I was looking at. And an OG Sparno popped 1 in Miami. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said there's a family in Messina called the Messinas.
Yeah. So 98, 99. So about 125 buildings have been popped so far. And counting. I'm sure this is.
Well, there was also a recorrelation of what Jacob's doing with the marketing DAO, and I believe the refactor of Vault and keys and all the rest of that go back into a slate of that. So like when people are popping all these crates, it gives liquidity to the marketing positioning that we can take place in the future, which is super exciting.
This was 85 buildings popped by the syndicate in Chicago last time I had it. And all the time I said that and refreshed it, it's now 167 from 19.
It is.
Oh, there's Zala as a city developer. That's cool. Zala, you were the first person to give me the item ID grid for the game. You were the grid master.
Fine.
Go.
So who's in Vegas over on BNB?
OGs.
The OGs, yeah.
They're working. They're not sitting around.
And they got a whole bunch of stuff in construction. I mean, that's going to be the visual bugs that Jacob was talking about. Plus, it takes time, I think, to deploy as well. So there's the time in game, and then there's visual polish. Both are a tandem of difference. So if I go back to the wiki, land tiles, infrastructure tiles, 2 to 500.
Anywhere.
Infrastructure tiles are the roads, essentially, at the end of the day. Environmental tiles are going to be trees.
It's greenery.
Yeah. Yep. So infrastructure is roads. And then, what the fuck was it? Strategic tiles are the entrance to everything done. Oh, it said Ray tile coming later. Cool. Yep.
So if you guys look on your profile page now, it says real estate above game inventory and wallet inventory, and it actually lists out your tiles for you.
But is that's not a upgraded OG NFT, right?
This is Zala. Yeah, he's OG. He just doesn't have his stuff private apparently. So
Zala, make your stuff private.
It's
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
on the moment.
on the family page, on the syndicate family page, is everything correct?
No,
Is that
no, I went into the players section.
Yeah. And it's wrong
and
there. Yeah.
B&B, all of it.
Oh, I see Superman streaming from Telegram. Someone is. I heard something.
Oh, so Kool-Aid, if this helps you, looking at on
Mm.
the syndicate's family page on BNB, it has the tile IDs for their business objects here.
So if we're looking at, just stay right there with your mouse, Filthy Animal, they're in Caracas, their item is Caracas, and what city are they from? Click on the click.
These are the business objects, and I think the business objects that look like all were tile ID'd to their city, and I think the user tiles are probably going to be tiled to
the family
base.
No, it's the family that they come from. So if you buy a tile from a different, like if you buy real estate in a different area, you're going to have your zip code of where you came from.
Yeah.
So
So
that makes
for
sense.
example, to show that, I can go to
Usala has how many elites?
I have my settings, my brightness way down low to conserve battery. Back on. One, two, three, four, five,
Well done,
six,
sir.
7, 8, 9 in Chicago.
Very well done. And he
And a strategic.
No, it's a strategic shed.
Yeah.
Shed.
Next to one of the HQs, at least. May or may not be theirs, but
And how do you upgrade again from shed to all the rest of that stuff? Right? I haven't looked at
You have to stake Mafia, and you have to pay some in-game currency.
Okay, so but it's not a tiering based system. You don't need XP to run it, right?
No.
Okay.
not yet.
Yeah.
It's a good idea. I mean, it's a good idea. Good. All right, I'm gonna step off for a minute. When Pulse comes online, Moon, give my phone a call so it rings, and I'll hop on back. Or if anyone has any questions, just summon me back. I'm gonna poke around with some stuff on my computers and all the rest of things.
No worries.
All right, yeah, call me up when we do Pulse, and I'll open some crates. See you guys in a bit.
Cool.
Sir.
I am having an issue connecting wallet. My wallet refuses to connect to the map part.
I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, really, it looks like these tiles are really, it's like first come, first serve. Like that, Zalo has got a serious amount of really, really good places.
let's see. Imagine the syndicate is working on unsuspending their vault payout. They'll have the whole place soon. Let's see, where's their help them out? Let's find their HQ. Not there. Here it is. These guys are trying to build out from the middle here. That connector tile is the one that's, but then you got this one, you got this one, you got this one. You got quite a few already pretty close once. You'll be able to snake. Probably gonna have to go around this road. Yeah. Oh man. Did Jacob make this a competition point between these two family HQs?
No, probably. Accidentally on purpose.
Like this one can go out this way. This one can go out this way. Or if this one gets heavy, they can just fight, choke these guys off, cut them off in there. That's nasty. Fun stuff. So the syndicate's going to be keeping eyes on this HQ, I imagine, over here to make sure that no one moves in, or they understand the rules when they do. Those guys are already choked out by syndicate tiles. The syndicate owns this stuff. But they're looking for this strategic one right there. That's what they're looking for. Looks like there's 3 strategics leading up to both of the HQs. Yeah. We've got 2 of them. I see, yeah. It qualifies up until it leads out. Same thing up here. Until it leads out. I think I'll have more than what was just showing on that one page.
So that's all their elite properties?
This is the elite area of Chicago, yeah. Man, if I can get this, I'm going to find my other mouse. Are you able to get the map to load to take over presenting, perhaps?
Actually, mate, I'm not in a second.
Okay.
My wallet is not connecting. You don't have a character on BNB.
I do not. I haven't connected a wallet, which I am pleasantly surprised that hasn't hit me with a whoa mobster 10 clicks per minute while I've been doing this for y'all, because that would have been inconvenient, or slower at least.
Archie is in the Telegram saying here's a complete breakdown of the 100 and oh yeah, he's just broken down everything. So apparently Zala has 45 places right now.
Boom. Let's see. there's a scroll bar. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. So there's a scroll bar here. So it showed their strategic first, then we counted their elite, and then they have all of these uppers, as well as all of these commons. A couple houses, a villa, another house, 2 more houses. Syndicate almost has 200 buildings in Chicago. Almost.
Those boys have been planning. I guess that's why Superman dropped out.
Yep. They got 20 players that have done it. So they've got, engagement across, because it's 20 different people that have, opened at least one. Or 15 or 5 different people and 15 Archie alts. Just kidding. That actually wouldn't even, I don't know. That would be inefficient at this point to be going through all those extra hurdles. Get what you need on your main guys and then distribute outwards. The Black Thistles have got, they've got 50 buildings between Medellin and Bogota.
Oh, that's Elon G. Muskie.
Here's Vegas, boys, waiting to be built up. There's the strip. Yeah. Straw Hat Luffy. Got a empty tile right on the strip.
I'm a bit. My wallet's connected to the website. As soon as I click on the map and it opens up another tab, it won't connect to that one. Like it won't connect to the map stage.
If you want to type it manually versus hyperlink, it's map.bnbmafia.io.
Yeah, no, that tab opens and I get to the map, but then I have to connect my wallet again, like to that page specifically, and it's just not like it's just like loading. It won't connect to it. It's just like endless. I don't get it. Mm-mm. So is this giving you any more ideas on how you're going to manage yours?
For sure. I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, Jacob said they're working on the Pulse deployment now.
The biggest thing is going to be staying disciplined and not just is taking my time.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe do what the syndicate's doing right now and just pop enough to make sure that my main family has their vault access restored first,
Mm-hmm.
and then start going out from there.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? I think that's what everyone's going to be scrambling for now, right? Just to make sure that they keep the vault access.
See, let's go look at it. See, where are we?
Are you getting a bit of FOMO? Is that what it is? You're looking at all this land disappearing?
No, actually, it's the opposite because it's not going as because it is. There's certain cities, the syndicate's taking up their stuff. That's good, but like the other cities and stuff that it's going to take time for those families to come in and do their thing. I'm like, all right, just because this stuff is there, don't go in and take it all. Leave it there for people to come in and do their thing first. But it's it's the opposite of FOMO. I'll be sitting on my hands wanting to do something and be like, all right, pop a key. Let's get this city up and running. Or like shake the meme with poking it with a stick. Do something. Make something happen. But no, this is beautiful.
I like it, man. I think it looks great. I like the fact that you can zoom in. I like the fact that everything's color coded. Like, all the different areas you can see. It's quite clear. I like the fact that all the cities are different. I like to look at the buildings too. I mean, everything looks like.
I like the cities with water, like Palermo. Let's see to it, where the water's coming into the city. It's kind of nice. I like it. Or maybe it was Napoli. Let me check. It was Napoli. Yeah, I was looking at like this little. Come back down here, and you've got Palermo might have had some too. Yeah, Palermo has the same thing over here, even more kind of the buildings snake into and around the water.
Nice.
It's like docks. You got the narcotics and the booze warehouse out here on the docks. This is the dock city. Let's take a look at Caracas. Wait. I can't see. Here's a Warriors HQ in Medellin. When you click on it, it has their vault payout 2.12 BNB. Strikeout. Suspension.
No, wallet won't connect to the map page. For me, like, not at all.
Here is Chicago. Getting built out.
Yeah, I'm looking at Detroit at the minute, and nothing's really happening over there yet. Only one person has bought.
Yep, one tile.
Mm-hmm. And that's the headquarters of the Warriors DAO. So I'm guessing those boys will be waking up soon, and they'll be attacking it in a few hours.
This guy's got 2 office buildings. One in the elite area and one over here in the common area.
Which player is that?
That is Don Marcello.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm writing this down. Don Marcello. In the Yakuza. He's got a villa over in the common area as well. And let's see. Any mansions? Oh, there was an office up here. It's Ice Picks. All right, parts. Here's the villas. 1, 2. Furio's got one. As well as Zala, Don Marcello, and Ice Pick. There's one down here by Scarface too. In the upper area.
Yeah, Ice Pick has got that. Just that's.
He's got this office building in the upper area.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Very nice. Archie's got a house over here on the upper west side, south side. They are looking for this tile right here. This.
Yeah, Knuckles has his apartment block. Hmm.
If they could get this one, fill in these 3, maybe connect this to these over here, might be good. All right. I'm going to throw this page up. And I'm going to take a break really quickly.
That's okay, man. To be perfectly honest, I'm thinking maybe to end this stream here because it is 25 to 5 in the morning, and then I'll get 2 or 3 hours, and then when I wake up, Pulse Map should be live, and then I can just continue with another stream.
For sure. I mean,
you know what I mean?
Hey, I think we just beat. Oh no, we haven't beat it yet. In about 10 minutes, we'll beat your. We're at 4.5 hours, and
yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly. So, and the thing is, I want to try and when we have Pulse map, I want to try and dedicate some time to it. And I mean, turning this into a 7-hour stream as opposed to 2 different streams of 3 or 4 hours, I think is probably more efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. That way, I can rest and reboot and refresh and be there to help support there as well. Perfect.
Okay, all right. So, well, I mean, if you're happy to jump on again when we start again, yeah. I mean, I'll see you in a few hours.
For sure.
Cool. Okay. All right. So, anyone out there that's still with us, obviously like, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. If stick with us, and in the Telegram, I will put a link up for the coming stream, and we will be attacking Pulse Mafia. Okay, so thank you very much, boys and girls. Moondog, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it, and I'll let Larry know what the story is. And you never know who we'll have on the next stream, so it'll be kind of cool.
Yes, sir. Get some rest.
I'm going to.
Excited.
Giffordware, it's an honor.
Got an anonymous tip, boss.
This is it. We stage the heist tonight.
And keep an eye on Kool-Aid. He's been known to water the plants.
Let's keep the plants out of this and focus on the job.
All right, Johnny, I'm sorry. Keep that change, you filthy animal.